In 6 days he finished his creations. All that's in the heavens, all that's in the earth. The 7th day he sanctified and made it holy. Moses told me this day would be for a sign between him and Jacob, established as a covenant in all our dwellings. Israel must keep it as the most honorable day, treated as a delight. The Sabbath begins when the 6th day loses life.
It's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath.
A day of rest and not pursue our own pleasures. A holy convocation, that's a holy gathering. What is reading out of his law in anticipation for a spiritual measure that Ahayah give us.
It's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath.
Commanded not to buy or sell or to go on a journey. No land with your wife, I hope you heed the warning. Seek and do the things that please Ahayah only. Gather with his people, have a good time. Break bread, drink wine, it's time to cast away the cares of this world for another day. Sufficient are the evils of the day.
It's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath.
The holy days in the Bibles are Sabbaths too. Jubilees and it's new moons. Know your pastor probably told you Sabbaths any day. Take heed and do what Moses say. Let's open this Bible. Exodus chapter 31 starting at verse 13. Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily my Sabbaths ye should keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am Ahayah that do sanctify you. For ye should keep the Sabbaths therefore, for it is holy unto you. Everyone that defileth shall surely be put to death. For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul should be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the 7th is the Sabbath of rest, holy to Ahayah. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he should be put to death. Wherefore the children of Israel should keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. Leviticus chapter 23,
Oh, hear my
verse
people,
32.
we are
From
the
evening unto
Hebrews.
evening
His
shall ye
laws,
celebrate
commandments were entrusted with you. Oh, hear my people, we are the Hebrews. His laws, commandments were entrusted with you.
Oh, hear my people, we are the Hebrews. His laws and commandments he entrusted with you. Said learn not to wear the heathen, or to inquire the gods. Give not our daughters to their sons, or their children to ours. They were enticed to serve their gods, said there'd be a snare to us. Fear him, keep his statutes, and walk not as the land do, that the Gentiles' customs are vain.
Oh, hear my people, we are the Hebrews. His laws, commandments were entrusted with you. Oh, hear my people, we are the Hebrews. His laws, commandments were entrusted with you.
Establish us with a righteous government, governed by his laws. Gave us judges, gave us prophets, that will purge our flaws. Cast out many mightier nations, showed the strength of his hand. His fame was noise abroad, and his spirit in the land. They heard of Pharaoh in the Red Sea, the destruction of our enemies, the Assyrians and the Philistines. He delivered our enemies in our hand, but Joshua waxed fat and grew thick. Forgot the God that created them, and they kicked.
Oh, hear my people, we are the Hebrews. His laws, commandments were entrusted with you. Oh, hear my people, we are the Hebrews. His laws, commandments were entrusted with you.
Provoked him to anger with strange gods and many abominations. Provoked him to jealousy and to anger. Sacrifice unto devils and not God, whom they knew not. New gods that came on the scene, our fathers fear not. They rejected and lacked this counsel of people with no understanding. Oh, Israel, only if you was wise and consider what your end will be. Scattered to the corners of the land, crossed the seas through ships. Now we oppress and spoil, and subject to payments. He promised still to have mercy on Jacob, the promise he swore to our fathers. Yahshua was formed in the womb to bring us back to our God, who had believed his report, to whom his arm revealed. He was sown in dishonor and killed, raised in power and glory. As a sheep he was led to the slaughter, bared our iniquities and our sins. It pleased our Father, so we can be healed. said it, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat Shalom.
How everybody doing today?
Good.
Awesome, good. That's what's up. Let's get it. We don't go and get into it. I am Elder Ma'ai. This is Brother Iran to my left from Waking the Highest Church, here through the Spirit of the Most High God, Ahayah, to present you another Sabbath lesson. Before we get started, we can hear him, like we say, his proper salutation. All hail Ahayah.
All hell Ahayah.
All hail Ahayah.
All hell Ahayah.
Shabbat Shalom to all those who are chiming in. We'll give a special Shabbat Shalom to my niece. She just had her third son, back to back to back. Little Judah in the building. Love you, girl, Sister Bill High. May I bless you, and little Judah. See you soon. You're on your countdown. Matter of fact, you're hours away. Today's title is The Unique African American / Hebrew Experience. I stole this title from a video that we're going to watch because it makes sense according to the lesson. We're having technical difficulties with the video, but we will have the audio. But the unique African American experience / the unique Hebrew experience, I'm putting it like that. But I have to say that to be politically correct for people who don't understand who we are as a people. When we play the video, the Gentile or the non-Israelite brother is going to bring out some facts. You know, there's a people on the earth today who are claiming to be God's chosen people. And according to prophecy, there's no way they can be the people. And it's written that in the end days, in the land we will be called not as people, we'll be called the children of the living God. That's prophecy. So before the Most High does what he's going to do, the whole earth will know that we are the children of Israel, that we are not the bywords that we have been deemed or called. We're not colored people. We're not Negroes. We're not Africans. We're not African Americans. We are Hebrew Israelites. That's our nationality. That is not our religion. The Most High never gave his people a religion. He gave us a culture. Right? Even in a lesson, a brother who's writing a letter to the captivity in Babylon, it says that basically we are a privileged people because God has given to us the things that please him. He has not given that to the whole world. He's given us his laws, statutes, and judgments as a heritage, commanding us to pass that heritage down to our children. Children. We are to be, we was commanded to be a light or guide to the world. So the whole world would admire our conduct and say, who was a nation like the Israelites, who God is so nigh unto them with righteous judgments, and they would have and should desire to serve our God and realize that they've been serving false gods, even vanity. But it's a true saying. And it's, especially with social media out today, we see, this is my saying, but it's not my saying, we all say it. But most of the world want to be so-called black. But they don't want to go through the thing the so-called black people endured. You know, we see through everything that, let's say the entertainment industry, we see Kim Kardashian became famous because they said she had a body like a Hebrew. But these women have paid a lot of money to get what most our women have naturally, right? Even when it comes like to music, you know, everything that we do, they copy it. And they become glorified. by copying it. And we become demonized for doing what they become glorified at copying. There's a people, because I know when you say something about these people, they try to say that they deem us as something that we cannot be because we are the true Shemitic people. Okay? But, so I can't be anti myself. I'm going to say the Ish people, the Ish people, all right? There's no. But what the brother's going to bring out is there's nobody on the earth like us. Facts. People try to say, well, y'all talking about slavery. Everybody has been a slave. No one has been through the atrocities for thousands of years like our people. The brother going to bring out that there's no other people on this earth that don't know where they're from. Don't have a true identity. Don't know their culture. Culture that we have has been given to us by the colonizers. Because when we read in the scriptures, we had a culture unlike any other people on earth. And every nation on earth knew that we had a distinguished culture. We lived by different customs and different laws. It's in the book. We don't know what our people ate. Well, we do today, but most of our people who are not in this understanding, they don't understand that our God gave us a dietary law. Are you cool with that? Yeah. Okay. So we are a people that have been programmed to believe what the colonizers have programmed us or desire us to believe and know. Like I said, if anybody watch like the Truman Show, that's really us. You know? They have told us what beauty is, what ugly is. Sadly, they describe us or our skin tone or our hue as ugly, and they spend a lot of money, trying to become darker than they was born as, what they was born as. Many of them catch cancer and all kinds of stuff, so they end up under some light, trying to look like you. But just because we are melanated people, it don't mean all nations that are melanated are the same people. The Most High made many nations out of one man. Okay? The true chosen people of Jacob or Israel, of God, that come from the man named Jacob, who God changed his name to Israel. They come from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Israelite means, the Ite means you're a descendant of the man named Israel. The Ish people, right? They don't come from their brother. Because the Ish people come from our father's twin brother, Esau. Most High made two different nations in the womb of Rebekah. Let me get that. So anyone want to know why do we call ourselves Hebrew Israelites? Today's lesson, I pray to the Most High God that Ahayah, that it clarifies it for you. There's no way The people who claim to be God's chosen people, according to the scriptures, can be his people, according to prophecy and curses. Okay? They say, well, we have the language. Yiddish is not the language of God. The language of creation. Yiddish is not the original Hebrew language that God gave our fathers. We keep Torah. When? But we're going to go through some stuff today. And I want you all to ask yourselves, are you going through this in your people or the Ish people over there in our land? Now, concerning the birth of our father and the Ish people's father, Genesis chapter 25. I'm going to start at 21. Con when they was there.
Con.
And Isaac entreated the Most High for his wife, because she was bearing. And Ahayah was entreated of him. And Rebekah, his wife, conceived. And the children struggled together within her. They fought in the womb. And this is prophetic, because they would fight for a future kingdom. And she said, if it be so, what does she mean if it be so? Well, she was told that the promised child was she would conceive. Okay? If this be a blessing in my womb, why am I going through so much pain? Right? If it be so, why am I thus in so much pain? And she went to inquire of the Most High. And Ahayah said unto her, two nations. Two nations mean two different nationality of people. The Most High created, when he created the Israelites, he created a special people. A different people than any people on the earth. They even say that we have different DNA than anybody on the earth. And Ahayah said unto her, two nations are in thy womb, and two manner of people. Two manner of people should be separated from thy bowels. So these two nations will be totally opposite one to another. Are we not? They ain't nothing like us. And I ain't talking about what do songs say. They ain't nothing like us. We're nothing like them. And the one people should be stronger than the other people. Are we not? Let me tell y'all something. I come from a background also of athletics. I have seen with my own eyes that the other people, deep down inside, they are envious of this nation that the Most High prophesied will be stronger. So they have taken steroids, all kind of things, just to try to compete with the people the Most High prophesied. They would tell you out their mouth that they're not as a talented people as we are. We can see it all year round. You turn on the NBA game, who do you see? Well, now it's starting to change a little bit because, you know, they have cut out discipline in our community. When I was a kid, I'm talking in the third grade. I was telling my son this. When I was in third grade playing basketball, the first 2 weeks of practice, we never touched the basketball. We did conditioning.
in drills. Our course was, I thought we was playing basketball. We was playing basketball. Nah. We learned. And when we got to basketball, we learned fundamentals. Fundamentals. You got something to say on the microphone? Okay. But today, right, they have made our men weaker. And overseas, they are sticking to the script we used to follow. Fundamentals. Right? So our men are not the same as they used to be. They have poisoned the air, the water, and the food. Right? And they are taking the fathers out of the household. So, and a lot of people who, currently speaking, I speak as a carnal man on this one. As a lesson going to bring out, a lot of our people are doing other things. Like, for example, there's someone who we are aware of, 6'5", 370 pounds. He on some more stuff. He should be on somebody's football field like an offensive tackle or something. But all the talent ain't in sports, they're in the street. That's a lesson going to bring out seeking bread from desolate places. Okay? But overall, look across the board. Throughout the whole world, there's not a nation like us. If we all came together, the Jamaicans, the Haitians, the Samoans over there, the true Native Americans who look like me, the Simeonites, over there in Brazil, we all came together and faced the Gentiles. It's a laughing matter. Our statue is different. So one people will be stronger than the other, and the elder should serve the younger. So that's the prophecy. When the Messiah comes from this seed, his kingdom should rule, and the elder son, because who came out first? Esau. He will serve Jacob. Okay? It says, and when her days were delivered to be fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red. Now, people got a lot of philosophy concerning this. I'm just going to tell you what has been on my spirit for a long time. They're not white people. They're really red people. But I call them the pink people. Let them get mad. They crimson red. They red because they're the only people on earth who lack melanin. The blood comes through their flesh. I have not seen a white person or a black person in my life. They're not. This is whitish. I can't show you the table, but the table is white. I haven't seen a person look like that. Even in its pellets form. They're red people. Right? That's a mark to me. They're the only people on the earth. People want to try to say that. Now, make this make sense. I heard brothers say that, one of Esau's sons was struck with leprosy, and then they had children. Let me ask you a question. Is not leprosy a disease? So if I got a cold, is my child going to be born with a cold? I'm just asking.
for a friend.
That don't change. No, genetic, anything.
Yeah. So when Miriam was struck with leprosy, like it didn't change her DNA.
Right.
If she would have had a child, it would came out like this. So I'm just asking for a friend. But it says, the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment. Now, I know we have a couple people who hairy, but as a nation of people, them people are hairy people. And this is thousands of years later. Imagine how it used to be. Esau was so hairy, his mother had to put on make animals' fur, put over Jacob to disguise her son to be like him. You gotta be hairy to be mistaken for venison or something, for animal.
Goat skin.
Yeah, some goat skin. You died there with a whole afro, your whole body. Anyway, and they called his name Esau. After that came out his brother. Now Judah had twins. When Judah had twins, the Most High didn't say nothing about their skin color because they looked like Judah.
Right.
Jacob came out looking like Isaac. Esau came out looking different. Anything that's on earth. So before this birth right here, my people, there were no white people on earth. And before Esau, there was mean nations. So when we read that our people our land was taken by other nations, these were all Hamitic nations. Hamitic means from the man Ham, who was Noah's youngest son. Okay? He had 3 sons. So the Ham children are the so-called, what the world call Africans. They're really Hamitic people. Okay? So all the nations that was in the land of Canaan, or really the land of Shem, were black, so-called black people. But they were not the same nation. We think because of a skin color, we are the same people. We're not, according to God. Right? It says, the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold of Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 60 years, he was 60 years old when she buried him. The boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter. Now, the children are like their parents. Who do we see as a nation of people still cunning hunters to this day? They even give them a week or 2 off work to go hunting. Now we have a few brothers, handful of brothers that go hunting. But as a nation of people, that's their sport. How many people do you know look like you just want to go over to Africa and just kill something just to kill it? And be taking a picture with it? Have you seen too many brothers just like what's that dude who got killed by the crocodile hunter? It just ain't really in us to just go, search for death. Something that we know is vicious and will eat you, he's not violent. Watch me pet him. We're not crawling in the swamps trying. That's just not in us. It's 2 different manner of people. Y'all was laughing at me. Before I even seen it, I told y'all. And I went against my own word, dealing with y'all sister. We went to Aruba, and I got in the ocean. And I think my son and I would never do it again. My son was crying and everything. But I ain't gonna lie, it was scary. We was on one of them big old couches, the balloon couches. When I say I was holding on for my dear, I mean literally holding for my dear life. You let go, I was not trying to be fish food. I mean, it was rough. My son, my wife's skin came off her fingers. She should hold so tight. You was what, baby? Yeah. Hold on. But see, the thing about it, to be honest with you, I watched other people do it. No, I'm gonna be quiet. I might get in trouble tonight if I say that. I'm gonna be quiet. Eve. I was influenced like Eve. Eve. That woman you gave me. No, but dig though. I'm serious, man. I mean, one-handed wasn't gonna do it at me. It was, man. I'm telling like, bro, slow down. Like it was dangerous. I couldn't wait to slow down. I ain't gonna lie. But I told y'all, I said, it made no sense. I said, I love water. I love jet ski and all that stuff in the lake. Y'all was laughing at me, and I'm like, nah, I ain't trying to be fish food. You know, now all of a sudden we starting to see, you know, people. Now I don't understand, just different manner of people. Who would want to be in the ocean on a kayak? A kayak? Okay, that's what I'm going to, son. Thank you. But I told you, I said, from the bottom looking up, it looked like a fish. Two ladies, I did this, being dangerous. As the young kids say, stay dangerous. They staying dangerous out there in the ocean. Big old whale came, whap. Then I see another man, I guess he was like Jonah or something. The whale opened him up. I guess he didn't taste good, spit him out. But I'm saying you look like fish food in the ocean. The ocean is no different than where the lions are. But I promise you, I'll never go against my word again. I'm cool on the ocean. We can be on the beach, drink some Mai Tais, some Long Islands all day long, but I'm not going no more in that ocean. I'm cool on that. But that's what we get for trying to be like the other nation, though. You know? Right. So back to the lesson. 27, and the boys grew. And Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field. See? So his children would be children of the field. Right? They would enjoy killing. Right? Dwelling, it says, and Jacob was it says plain man, it means a righteous man. You look it up, plain, it means just or righteous man. Dwelling in tents. Right? So, we're not the same people. We are the children of Jacob. The Ish people are the children of Esau. Okay? That's what they want to tell us. They know who they are. They'll tell you, look up even in the Jewish encyclopedia, they'll tell you who they are. They eat them. Okay? So, that's why they don't call themselves Israelites, because they don't come from the man whose name got changed to Israel. Okay? They claim our granddaddy, our great-granddaddy, back if I was my father Jacob, Abraham, because they do come from Abraham. Okay? But it's written in the book of Jubilees that all of Abraham's children will be considered as Gentiles. Okay? So, let's get it. First precept.
Deuteronomy chapter 28.
Now, show you how serious these laws are that the Christian church have been programmed or indoctrinated to teach us are done away with. They say it don't matter. As we read this right here, I want you to ask yourself, do you think the Most High's law, statutes, and judgments really matter to him and to us? And I want you to Question yourself. Ask yourselves, why would someone teach you what we're about to read is done away with or it doesn't matter anymore? When we're suffering the consequences of disobedience to what the Most High commanded. Okay? It must still matter because we're suffering the consequences or the curses. Okay? Let's get it.
We're in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 1 through 16. Verse 1 reads, "And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of Ahayah thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments which I command thee this day, that the Most High will set thee on high above all nations of the earth."
Now, what that mean? So that matters.
The speaker sound funny.
Testing. Oh, it's on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, remember? So, Ralph the Rip is showing that it matters. Dominion comes from obedience. Dominion of the earth comes from our obedience to God's commandments. So what our colonizers, what our slave masters teach us, that if we were obedient to what our God commanded our fathers, that they will be our servants and we be their masters. Why would they teach you that? I think they kind of love their little comfy lifestyles. So Ralph the Rip is telling us that dominion comes from obedience to listening to his voice. That means his laws, statutes, commandments, judgments. Read.
Verse 2. "And all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of Ahayah thy God."
So blessings come from what? Obedience. So if we in a church that's full of sin, why are we talking about blessings? So we should be searching the scriptures to see, how do we get these blessings? Oh, but see, if it don't matter no more, we can still, I guess we can rob God. Or as you brought out, we can pay him some money and get a blessing. Let's get it.
Verse 3. "Blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed shalt thou be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body."
Now we're gonna break that down when we get to the curses. We mean blessed. I'm not gonna say this, right? Mm-hmm. No, let's stick to the script. Let's go.
Keep going.
Yeah, let's go.
Verse 4. "Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kind."
All right, let me. I gotta go. It's written that Isaac sowed and reaped 100-fold, 100 or 1,000-fold. Blessed is the field. The Most High will bless the work of our hands. Right? Yes.
That's right. Slow down.
Yeah, that's what I observed in number 2. It says it'll overtake thee. So when it overtake you, you can't stop it. It's like a flood, just, all the blessings, when they come, they're coming. And it's not like you're waiting on them. He just...
Check us out. Y'all ever notice any true servant of the Most High that went into captivity and the whole kingdom was not blessed? Let me give you a hint. Remember Joseph? Remember my father Jacob when he went with Laban? Did not Laban go from barely maintaining to rich? So, like you said, so overtaken that he can't help but recognize, since this man came, I become rich. Even to see them, make him stay 22 some more years. See, so obedience matters to the Most High. Blessed will be the fruit of thy body. We will not bring for destruction. We will not miscarriage. None of that. No diseases. Do y'all know that he promised us if we kept his laws, we had no diseases? So where diseases come from? Disobedience. Let's go.
Con.
But it don't matter though. Right? Let's get it.
The increase of thy kind and the flocks of thy sheep.
Thy
Verse
cattle.
5. Blessed shall be thy basket and thy store. Blessed shall
Now,
thou
basket is what you harvest in. Your store is your abundance that you have left over. So you lack nothing. You got plenty. So much that it's so much of abundance, the widow, the Gentiles can come reap. A whole year, you ain't got to do nothing. Let them eat that. That's theirs. You got plenty, enough.
Con.
Read.
Verse 6. Blessed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and blessed shalt thou be when thou goest out.
Now, I'm just going to get it. No one will make you afraid. Right now, make me a liar if you can. Do we not have fear within our own neighborhoods? I know I do. Best when it get dark. Hey. Yeah, that song, The Freeze, come out at night. The Wicked come out at night. But let's get it.
Verse 7. The Most High shall cause thine enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face. They shall come out against thee one way, and flee before thee 7 ways. The Most High shall command the blessing upon thee in thy storehouses, and all that thou settest thine hand unto. And he shall bless thee in the land which Ahayah thy God giveth thee.
Now, my question is, and this, we got to ask ourselves, because the Most High said that he going to make us better than this creation. He said, we'll be made better than the angels. But currently speaking, like, who don't want that?
Con.
Like, why? Why? Sad thing about it, even in its weakest state, the nations have gained so much at the crumbs the Most High still let exist. The earth don't even produce how she's supposed to, and they have been blessed because of our disobedience. It's 11. Romans chapter 11. Check this out. It said the little crumbs that's on the earth. We ain't got no more fruit trees. Even when in the land that got fruit trees, the fruit ain't what it used to be. Romans chapter 11. Verse 11. Come when y'all there. With the crumbs, he make us jealous / angry. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid. I mean, like, you know that commercial? I've fallen and I can't get up. So it ain't that we fail, we can't get up, but no, we fail, but we're getting up. Some of us. I say then, have we stumbled that they should fall? God forbid. But rather through their fall, through our father's fall, salvation has come into the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy or anger. Now I said last Shabbat, my mother's former pastor called her a Gentile. This one of the scriptures I use. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. I'm my mother's firstborn. She was 18 when she had me. I watched my mother struggle. So where's, if you're a Gentile, we should have been in the mansion. Woman for real. So, but let me keep reading. This is what I was talking about. You didn't know what I was talking about at the time, but I did. Right? Now, if the fall of them be the richest of the world. So I'm like, where's our riches? I'm a Gentile. No, my mother was a single mother. She made, what, $3, $4 an hour? $5 an hour? So, for real. Back then, like, $15, $20 an hour right now, it's like $3, $4 an hour back when I was coming up. So where's our riches? Like, where's my granddaddy who got millions and my mother can just go to, get $250,000 from, like the Gentiles doing right now? Because Simon said he's seen it all. The riches don't go to the wise. These folks who rule the world ain't the smartest. They have conditioned us to believe that they're so intelligent. They're ignorant, foolish people, according to God. They have companies and run them. They didn't have generational wealth. They all be bankrupt. They have businesses, and when you get to understand how they run a business, I'm like, how are they in business? They foolish. They do some of the most stupidest stuff in their operations, daily operations. Real talk. But we think because they got on suits and ties and white jackets and all stuff that they smart, intelligent. They not. They just have our wealth. And we've been programmed to believe that wealth means that you're intelligent or you something. Right? So so the Israelites fall, salvation is coming to the Gentiles, verse 11, to devote them to jealousy. Now the fall of them be the riches of the world, and the diminishing of them be the riches of the Gentiles, how much more so their fullness? So I'm just saying now, the Ish people got the riches of the world. Where is their fall? Before we can get deep into the lesson, how are they us when we fail? And other nations became rich. Where is our 12 princesses at? Who came from Ishmael, the father of the Arabs, who's buying everything now? Where's the African so-called American, who we know is a Hebrew, who's offering to buy California for $1 trillion? Where that brother at? I'm just saying, where's he at? Who are the CEOs of all these? Do y'all know? I seen this a couple days ago. I'm looking at the top 10 trucking companies. My goodness. Woo! Y'all know how much UPS is worth? They're the number 1 trucking company. UPS. Say again? That's chump change. $122 billion. Who's over that? Not one of us. So for the fall of us, the rich of the world had gone to the Gentiles. And that top 10, I'm talking about, it blow your mind. 10 billion wouldn't even own it wouldn't even own the church. That's probably the 1,000 company or something. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now, one of us own these companies. So who got rich in the world? Like, so that's why when I was talking to my mother's former pastor, like, show me, but he don't even know the scriptures. So what I'm saying, I know what I'm saying. Like, where's our riches? Because when I look at my hood, all I see is poverty. It's only one thing that we can do to make a little bit of chump change, and that's to catch a ball, throw a ball, kick a ball, or hit a ball. Or sing. Entertain the masters. Where's our coliseums where they entertaining us? Where's our big arenas where they're entertaining us? Yes, Brother Brooke.
Kanye, I was just gonna add. It's funny back during the back in the '60s, I want to say it was, or whatever, the H cost and all that. They love to say that the Ish people were in ghettos and they were poor, but it's funny. Like, you can look at our neighborhoods and the minorities of the earth and what they going through, and yet have I seen a Ish people ghetto like current day, like, you know what I mean, like a rundown, like the hood where they struggling. I have yet to see that in the current time.
And the most marvelous thing is if you get opportunity to travel outside of America. Look at your people. You think our ghettos are ghettos? Yes, Sister Kukanah. Our ghettos, shoot, I'm trying to tell you, right here, hood rich compared to them, for real.
Like he was saying, back in the 60s, I was raised in Indiana and in Chicago, and they got a little town called Jewtown, and they hold the whole town. That's where you used to go get stuff cheap at, because they own the whole city. That's where you used to buy clothes.
Say it again. They what?
They got a town.
No. They own what?
The whole town.
They own the whole town.
It's Jewtown.
Where's Negro land? Negro town. It used to be. Over there in West Africa. But that was before we got transported over here. That they would say it never happened. But I'm just saying, like, where's our hospitals? Where's our police department? Where's our school system? Where's our grocery stores? The things that make up a city. See, if you own it, then you own all those things. You're supplying water, food, everything. All the essentials you will be over and providing your community. Where's it at? So before we get to the lesson, how are they the people? Because if they the people, when did we rise? Read.
Back to Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 9. As Deuteronomy 28, verse 9 reads, "The Most High shall establish thee an holy people unto himself, as he hath sworn unto thee, if thou shalt keep the commandments of Ahayah thy God."
Check it out. If we kept his commandments, we'll be a holy people. A people who will set the moral standard throughout the four corners of the earth. We will have the safest environments, the safest, cleanest cities. We once had it. A nation of people who have no diseases, no crime. Understand that. Peace. A holy people who will set the moral standard for the earth. Read.
"If thou shalt keep the commandments of the Most High and walk in his ways, and all people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of Ahayah, and they shall be afraid of thee."
They should be what?
And they shall be afraid of thee.
Why?
All people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of the Most High, and they shall be afraid of thee.
Why would they be afraid of us? I just said, he said that a people who God is so nigh. Past this part, they have witnessed that our God, that there's a God of Israel.
Come.
They wrote it in their records.
Come.
Angels fight for these people. They will recognize that these people are the children of the true and living God.
Come. Verse 11. And the Most High shall make thee plenteous in goods.
Plenteous and good. Abundantly good.
In the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy ground, and in the land which the Most High sware unto thy fathers to give to thee. The Most High shall open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven to give the rain unto the land in his season, and to bless all the work of thy hand. And thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow.
Uh-oh, be easy now. I'm asked this all day. How come it don't matter? We kept his laws. We would lend to many nations
Come.
and should not borrow.
Come.
Who we borrowing from right now? If we can.
Come.
What banks, what credit unions are any other nation going to get loans from us? See, this is what I was talking about when I was talking to. She hit me in the side. She watched the video. You said his name? So I ain't gonna say his name today. She might beat me up. Pastor Hill. That's what I meant. With that understanding, how can you teach somebody that they're Gentile? How can you believe yourself that you're a Gentile? That means you don't know the scriptures. Because the scriptures say they're taking crafty counsel against his hidden ones. We are part of the deception, the crafty deception. They have caused events to happen in programming, indoctrination, where our heritage, our culture, our identity has been stripped away. He said they are confederate against us. So all the nations understand what we're going on. Even I watched some my man Edward Carr had Trump on way back in the day. In the 90s, I think it was. He was mad because the so-called fake Indian people was his competition in the casino business. He's like, why y'all giving people all this money? They ain't like Indians to me. They look like me. See, because they know. See, when you go to Harvard and Yale and all these prestigious schools, the Book of Jasher, these books that they tell us that's non-canonical, they're teaching them who we are. They're using our records that they said are non-canonical. You see, because they go to school to learn how to keep their wealth and run the world. They don't go to these schools. People go to school to be a servant. They go there to learn how to rule, continue to keep the family's, Esau's family business running smoothly. You cannot do that while understanding who the children of God is, because that's your breadwinner. According to prophecy, nations will use themselves of us and become rich. There's no other nation that they're using to become wealthy like us. The Asian people ain't using the Chinese, the Asian people, and they ain't. Because the Chinese own, the Asians own where they at. Even half of America. All the nations will come over where we are and use us as a prostitute, according to prophecy. Them his words, not mine. And accumulate wealth. So how can you not teach them who to focus on in the game plan? So Trump know who we are. Yes, sister.
And I know what you're saying is true based on being around those people. When they talk about things and then I interject saying things, about us and things like that, then they all come to me like, we need to have a meeting. They'll come to me like, what you know about that? Like, don't want you to say certain things because certain people at the table. Then they'll be like, I need to talk to you. I'm like, no, you don't need to talk to me. I'm good.
They're about to Nick Cannon you. Y'all see how Nick Cannon changed his tone? After he met with the satanic rabbis? Like, why do I need to go to you to talk about my people, my heritage? I've been listening to you all my life. Let's get it.
And
Let's get it.
what Trump probably was referring to, which I know he's in a lot of different rooms, was the Dawes roll where those $5 Indians, what they call them.
Yeah. Yep. So they open the gateways for their people to come in and take the land, and they fortified documents, married us, claimed to be us, and all the finance went to white people, not our people. Okay, so all those so-called Indians that own the casinos are not us; they're white people. Okay, I have Indian in my blood. Okay, so, but let's go.
Verse 13, Deuteronomy 28, verse 13. And the Most High shall make thee the head and not the tail. And
who?
The
So
most
we kept his laws. We the what?
head and not the tail.
We're ruled. So again, my people, ask your pastors, how doesn't it matter if we kept his laws? We will rule the world. And if we don't keep his laws, we will be the servants of the earth. When did God change that? Because last I checked, we are still the servants of the earth. It sounds like it matters to me.
God.
A Gentile once told me, I asked him, what he be doing in 5 years? The brother told me he be flying in little jets. I'm like, give me the game plan. I've been hustling my whole life, and I ain't flying little jets. What you know that I don't know? So it has not been my experience that my people have the riches of the world or are the head. In my whole experience, we have only been, as the Bible says, the tail. Okay? Now, how are the Ish people the tail? For example, if I said they name, said some things about them, they would call me racist, right? I learned a long time ago about different aspects of the word racist. Number one, the true definition of racist ain't a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with me taking pride in my nation. Desiring my nation to receive what God promised us. If I'm a racist for that, hey, I don't care what you think. But if all of us in here went out on a so-called racist movement, what white people, like I'm just saying out here calling them, saying racist things. Prejudice things. Thank you for that.
That's why I just looked up prejudice.
Prejudice.
That's my dad always say he prejudiced.
Okay. But what Gentile life will it affect?
Not directly.
Not directly. hurt their feelings, but what in their life, in their social, what socially, how would it affect them? To be racist, you must have power. See, the Bible says that these nations will hate us. And because God said these nations will hate us, it's in the lesson. No, let me get it. Let me see. It's in Leviticus. Let me see.
Leviticus?
26.
We ain't got that in this.
Leviticus chapter 26.
Leviticus 26.
17.
26.
Yep.
Pound.
And I will set my face against you, and ye should be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye should flee when none pursue you. So the Most High is saying that they are our enemies. Come on in. That's your father, I think.
Oh, that's that same one.
That same dude. Man, look, man, yeah, get that, man. Y'all did it last week, and y'all told me don't show up. So, anyway, yeah. So the Most High is telling us the truth about those who rule over us. Okay? Give me that.
I grab it.
I'm about tired of this.
Popular.
Yeah. So, who does the Most High call these Gentiles? What does he call them? Who? Microphone?
The red one is back there. Oh, it's up here now.
The Reverend's right. Give him that.
Oh, all of them on the same.
Can y'all pass? I'll go. Our microphones on the front desk. Yeah.
Our enemies.
Our enemies. So when they say when they said back in, when they did the Constitution,
Oh yeah.
right? They said all men are created equal. They wasn't talking about us. We were not considered as a man. They say one nation under God. That's a lie. They have tricked us to believe in equality. The Most High never said nothing about no equality. He said, I will set you on high above all nations. Is that equality? No, you my people, you gonna rule these people. That's just what it is. But we have been deceived to be inclusive. Like we all, no, we not. They're not like that. When you have opportunity to travel, I'm trying to tell y'all, the world is still, the United States is still segregated as it is this day. The only place where we're together is in the hood. When I'm in my truck going places, you might find one Hebrew and you know who he married to. But I'm talking about the factories is all them. Shoot. Some places, you know, you wouldn't feel right having your little buddy with you. You might. I remember a couple years ago, I'm going to this one place, Lakeview.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to dirt road, the trees hanging down. I'm like, I know they're like it's a place where they hang people at. I ain't lying. Am I lying?
No.
I'm like, shoot, hey, ain't not one Hebrew over there. You go through all these places, it's towns you ain't never heard of, full of segregation. They don't want to be around us. They tricked us to believe that we all should be together so they can use us, take our skills and ingenuity. The Bible said we are the most industrious people on earth, and they have took that from us before they used that tool called Martin Luther King Jr. We was in our own communities. The doctor lived right down the street. The engineer lived right around the corner. The teachers was in the neighborhood. They used him, they tricked us to come, want to be with them so they can take advantage of our skills, our labor. Yes, Brother Eleazar. You got something to say? Oh, you? Go ahead.
I was just going to mention that Saginaw used to be one of the top 10 segregated, most segregated cities in the country.
When we
based
grew up,
on the
it was
bridge.
number one.
Yeah.
When we was kids. It was the most segregated. Saginaw was when I was in like the 9th grade, 8th grade, Saginaw was number one segregated city in the U.S. I don't know about y'all, but you remember when we can't even go across the bridge? For real, it was serious. So, oh yeah, Saginaw wasn't no joke. That the river is separated us from them. You gonna say something? Ma?
When they had the riot and they pulled the bridges up, we couldn't even get to the hospitals.
I'm trying to tell you. Right here.
Right, the hospital is over the bridge. I didn't think of that.
Yeah. Yes, Sister Sheba.
Well, the children of those people still here because it's really still pretty segregated. We just
They moved out farther.
we just think it's not.
It's, but understand who we gotta listen to, man or God. He's calling them what they are for a reason, for we don't put our trust in them. I've been saying this for a long time. But we understand what the Most High is telling us. They gonna come with words smoother than butter, but they're your enemy. They are not for our turn. Okay? Now, if they want to serve our God, and we ought to treat them like brothers and sisters. But trusting in them, nah. Woe to the man who put his trust in man's arm. It says, I read that already, didn't I? Yep, let's get it.
Back to Deuteronomy.
Yep.
Back to Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 13. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 13. And the Most High shall make thee the head and not the tail, and thou shalt be above only, and thou shalt not be beneath, if that thou hearken unto the commandments of Ahayah thy God, which I command thee this day, to observe and to do them. And thou shalt not go aside from any of the words which I command thee this day, to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods, to serve them.
Now check this out. They say the white man used, it's white man's book. They call it ain't a white man's book. We read about the first white man in the book, Esau. This is our scrolls. This is our history, our heritage. So because our disobedience, they say use our book, right? And they say, no, they change the scripture that says, no, to obey the master. No. They got together to a crafty counsel. Said, how can we put them in perpetual servitude? I just read it to y'all. I mean, brother just read it to y'all. That ain't what they want. They don't want to be beneath us. So how to get them? My people, it's only one way in the world. And it was not through violence. He said we'd be stronger than these other nations. So it was not violence. I'm going to read something to y'all in a minute. You see, it was not violence that took us down. Only one thing in the earth that can take this nation down. get them to rebel or sin against their God. Because he's a faithful God. Read.
Verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of Ahayah thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So, Satan will get his ministers, stir it up. Teach them these things. Now you see why the Christian church and why I have such a arc with the Christian church. This is what they have used to keep us beneath, to keep us their servants. He just said if we disobey his laws, all these curses should come upon us.
Come.
Christ tried to warn us. Watch the one who will break one of these least laws and teach men to do so.
Come.
We have put our confidence in the enemy. Why are they our enemies? I said last night, I said it in the song. Him that tries to entice me to sin must hate me. You must hate me if you want me to go to hell. They have went out through the four corners of the earth with doctrines of devils against the children of Israel to keep us in perpetual servitude with their religions. I have not read no scripture that said we had freedom of religion.
Yeah.
Do y'all know what that means?
Freedom of religion?
Yeah. What freedom of religion mean? Yes.
You can serve any God you want to.
What scripture is that? That's what we was taught. We have free choice. We have freedom of religion. We can serve God how we please. Seriously. So it makes sense. The people that rule over you will hate you. They will keep Psalms 83.
Come.
Verse 12. See, these ain't my words. Verse 12 says, no, let me get verse 5 first.
Psalm 83.
They have consorted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. They play that game like they're against each other. The Most High said, nah, they confederate against you. But see, if I'm reading this and think I'm a Gentile, I don't relate this to me. A warning from my God, my Heavenly Father. He's warning us, but they have taught us that we're not these people, so it don't mean nothing to us. We don't even know who he's talking about. So how can we lay it to heart? Our God is warning us of the people that rule over us. The tabernacle Edom, Esau's children, the so-called white people. And the Ishmaelites, the so-called Arab people. Then go to Moab and the Hagarians, over there, the Middle Eastern people, so-called Middle Eastern people. The Asian people, they all are confederate against us. No matter what they portray on TV, it's a lie. Not until right now the Most High is putting the spirit in them to come against Esau. But until that, they was all confederate. Now he's fulfilling his prophecy that the whole earth would know who we are. I'm gonna play a video if we have time for that. How the Germans are trying to change their whole curriculum to give us our heritage back and our respect and our honor back. Because he's putting his spirit in all these other nations come against the tabernacle of Edom because they're the head. Verse 12, who said, Let us take to ourselves the houses of God in our possession, so they will control us through their religions, who the Bible says through their doctrines of devils. They serve devils and not God. They have made us vain. They have made us enemies of our God through religion. When something is in your possession, what is it to you? Something that you control. Sure. So show me. I'm trying to tell you, there's no difference between Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. They all serving fallen gods. All of them are pagan. One can dress this way, walk this way. It don't matter. They all are against the commandments of God. Because those who rule over us hate our God and his people. Because their gods hate our God and his people. People have the spirit of the gods they serve. Let's get it.
Last verse in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 16. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field.
So, cursed should we be in the city, and cursed should we be in the field. Right? Mm-hmm. Where are we going next?
Lamentations, chapter 1, verses 1 and 2. That's Lamentations, chapter 1, verses 1 and 2. Come on, when everyone's there. Lamentations chapter 1, verse 1 reads.
Now tell me if this is not our people. They're the four corners of the earth. Let's get it.
Verse 1. How do the city sit solitary that was full of people?
How do the city sit solitary that was once full of her own people? Read.
How is she become as a widow?
What's a widow? How have our people become as a widow? One without a husband. What's the role of a husband? Microphone, please.
To protect, to provide, guide.
Where's our protection?
God.
Who's providing for us? Our husband or the enemies? Would a husband, a loving husband, feed his wife fake food? Huh? Would a loving husband give his children poisonous baby food and water? Would a loving husband contaminate all the food? Put all these poisons in the food? We have become a widow. The food, the water, the air is all poison. There's no husband defending her. She's at the mercy of the enemies. Read.
Mm-hmm. How do the city sit solitary that was full of people? How is she become as a widow, she that was great among the nations and princess among the provinces?
She that was what?
Great among the nations.
Great amongst, she was the head. She once was great amongst the nations when she had a husband. When Israel had his righteous kings. Read.
And princess among the provinces. How has she become tributary?
How has she become tributary? Let's get Baruch. In Apocrypha. I'm going to read chapter 3, verse 8 and 9. No, verse 8. How has Israel become tributary? Right?
Con.
Verse 8 said, behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us, for a reproach and a curse, to be subject to payments. How has Israel, the children of God, become subject to payments? Let me ask you a question. Are the Ish people, are any other nation, have they become subject to payments? Okay. According to all the iniquities of our fathers, which departed from Ahayah our God. We become tributary, subject to payments and taxes. Read.
Con. Verse 2. Lamentations chapter 1, verse 2. She weepeth sore in the night.
Israel weepeth sore in the night. She is oppressed, spoiled. Read.
And her tears are on her cheeks. Among all her lovers, she have none to comfort her.
Must all her gods that she served, none comfort her. We got more churches in our communities than any other nation. None of the gods that we serve comfort us. The lovers are the gods that our nation is serving. None of them are comforting us. They are against us. Read.
Con. Among all her lovers, she have none to comfort her. All her friends have dealt treacherously with her. They are become her enemies.
Not my words.
Con.
See? All that she trusts in, treat her treacherously. They are her enemies. Who that sound like? Us or them? Next precept.
Con. Same book, Lamentations chapter 2, verses 11 through 22. Chapter 2, Lamentations chapter 2, verses 11 through 22. Verse 11 reads, my eyes do fail with tears. My bowels are troubled. My liver is poured upon the earth for the destruction of the daughter of my people, because the children and the suckling swoon in the streets of the city. They say to their mothers, where is corn and wine? When they swoon as the wounded in the streets of the city, when their soul was poured out into their mother's bosom. What things shall I take to witness for thee? What things shall I liken to thee, O daughter of Jerusalem?
It's not talking about women, the offspring of Jerusalem. Read.
What things shall I take to witness for thee? What things shall I liken to thee, O daughter of Jerusalem? What shall I equal to thee, that I may comfort thee, O virgin daughter of Zion? For thy breach is great like the sea.
Thy breach is great like the sea, has burst through it. We have breached our contract. And every curse that is written has burst like if the sea busts through a dam. Read.
Who can heal thee?
Who can heal thee? There's no nation to heal us. When the Chinese went through their situation, when America kicked them out, they healed themselves.
Yeah.
They healed themselves. The Bible talks about the Ish people who was wounded but did not die. They healed themselves. Their gods healed them. As God says about Satan in you know, the Ish people God, he gave them power, authority, even his seat. No nation can heal us. It's written that way. The last scripture in Deuteronomy 28, which is 68. Let's get it.
Verse 14. Thy prophets have seen vain and foolish things for thee.
How they get us? Our religious leaders. Let us take in possession the house of God. Set up ministers. Send them to our schools. Teach them deceit. Teach them to teach their people deceit. Smooth things. Things that they want to hear. So their prophets and their priests, what? See,
have seen vain and foolish things for thee. And they have not discovered thine iniquity, to turn away thy captivity.
They have not discovered your sins. They have not corrected you. They have not did righteous judgment.
God.
They have not discovered your iniquity to turn you back. The Bible says that's the premise of the teacher. Priest, prophet, elder, pastor, whatever you want to call them. That's his divine obligation, is to discover your iniquity and turn you back to God. So only one way to do that. Judgment and his commandments. Fill you with the knowledge and understanding of his laws, statutes, and judgments. They have been irreticulars. They have not discovered your iniquities. They have not corrected you because they are evil. Read.
But have seen for thee false burdens and causes of banishment. All that pass by clap their hands at thee.
See? All that pass by, they clap their hands at us. They love to see us in our state. The children of God down, falling, destroyed. It benefits them. Read.
They hiss and wag their head at the daughter of Jerusalem, saying, is this the city that men call the perfection of beauty?
They mocking us. Read.
Is this the city that men call the perfection of beauty, the joy of the whole earth?
See, we once was the joy of the whole earth when King Solomon ruled. Every king across the land was coming to holler at him. Read.
16. All thine enemies have opened their mouth against thee.
See that? We're the top of a conversation. They are against us. Everything they come up with and put in our face is against us. When they came 4 or 5 years ago, they was against us. They coming right back. It's not over with, people. They open their mouths. I said they go to schools to learn what we're reading. God said this is their plot. They open their mouths. They're confederate against you. What they say is good. Why would your enemy do something good for his enemy? God says, hey, it's high time. Wake up out of your sleep. Read.
All thine enemies have opened their mouth against thee. They hiss and gnash the teeth. They say, we have swallowed her up.
See that? We have swallowed Israel up, destroyed them. Read.
Certainly, this is the day that we looked for. We have found, we have seen it. The Most High have done that which he had devised. He hath fulfilled his word that he had commanded in the days of old. He hath thrown down and have not pitied, and he hath caused thine enemy to rejoice over thee. He hath set up the horn of thine adversaries. Their heart cried unto the Most High, O wall of the daughter of Zion. Let tears run down like a river day and night. Give thyself no rest. Let not the apple of thine eye cease. Arise, cry out in the night. In the beginning of the watches, pour out thine heart like water before the face of the Most High. Lift up thy hands toward him for the life of thy young children, that faint for hunger in the top of every street. Behold, O God, and consider to whom thou hast done this. shall the women eat their fruit, and children of a span long. Shall the priest and the prophet be slain in the sanctuary of the Lord. The young and the old lie on the ground in the streets. My virgins and my young men are fallen by the sword. Thou hast slain them in the day of thine anger. Thou hast killed and not pitied. Thou hast called as in a solemn day my terrors around about.
What's say about the going in and going out? This terror. Read.
Terrors round about, so that in the day of the Lord's anger none escaped nor remained. Those that I have swaddled and brought up have my enemy consumed.
I don't know. It just sounds like us to me. Next precept.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 17. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 17. Cursed shall be thy basket and thy store. Psalm chapter 69, verse 22. Cursed shall be thy basket and thy store. Psalm chapter 69, verse 22. Con, when everyone's there. Psalm 69, verse 22 reads, let their table become a snare before them, and that which should have been for their welfare, let it become a trap.
See? It should have been for our prosperity, our welfare. But Joshua, Israel, waxed fat and kicked against their God. So where's our basket? Where's our store? The same thing we took pride in, he's taken away. David prays, let it be a snare to them. What are we chasing right now? A little bit of what we once had. And go ahead. And when we get a little bit, we think we got something. Man. It's a snare to us. Let's get it.
It's funny. We were talking about the Ish people and the stuff that they own, and when you look at the banks, and when you look at we shall not lend, but we shall only borrow, and then you look at the credit cards, and you know what I'm saying, and the interest rates, and the amount of poverty, and how far back those type of things like set us, because we're getting it from them. When like we know the scripture says we should not lend to our brother with usury. So when we lend to one another, we not putting no interest and no tax on it. But you can see how our people, when they come to getting a house or anything through history, we've always been charged at a higher rate and things of that nature. So,
yeah. Let's precept.
Proverbs chapter 1, verses 30 through 32. Con, when everyone's there, Proverbs chapter 1, verse 30 through 32. Verse 30 reads, they would none of my counsel.
They desired none of my counsel. They preferred not his way, not his commandments. Read.
They despised all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own devices.
In the life we're living right now, people, we're eating the fruit of our own way. All these curses are upon us, have overtaken us, because this is what disobedience in the contract said it would bring. Read.
For the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them.
The prosperity of the wicked shall destroy us. Who have Satan set up as our idols? Fools. Those who do not keep the commandments of God. They have become a snare to us. The prosperity of these fools should destroy us. We will follow them and not the Messiah. We will seek their prosperity. Say we give them 20 pieces of silver. We desire our 20 pieces of silver when our fathers had gold in abundance. Everything in abundance. Like, do y'all understand, like when Solomon was king, gold was like dust to him? Silver was like dust to him? Brass was like dust to him. When the Most High removed his hedge, do y'all understand that Solomon's house in the temple, the whole thing was plated in solid gold? Imagine a palace saturated in gold and silver. You can't put a number on dollar amount on that right now. The nations came and took all that. The vessels, pure gold, pure silver. They took that. They pined that in. They got their bread for that. They cashed out. Next precept.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 18.
So we're eating the fruit of our wickedness. Like I said, there's no peace in our communities. Everyone is evil. Next precept.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 18. It reads, Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy land, the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep.
Curse should be the fruit of our bodies. Curse should be your children. Number one, why? Because they didn't keep the commandments, nor they teach the children the commandments. Curse is anyone that does not keep this covenant. So we will have abortions also. We'll have miscarriages. We'll have diseases. Our children will be a cursed thing. Read. Oh, go ahead.
This cursed be the land, and then even with the blessings overtaking us, it came to mind when we were obeying the laws of the land, doing it 6 years and letting the land rest on the seventh. We had so much food that we didn't even have to harvest on the seventh year.
That was for the fatherless, for the widows,
right,
and the Gentiles.
And then now being the curse because we don't have it and we're still doing it 7 years, just year after year. Now the food isn't what it's supposed to be. So when we obey, we, even the land blesses us, and when we don't obey, the land curses us.
Yeah. She didn't produce them like she used to. Next precept.
Psalm chapter 109. That's Psalm 109, verses 9 through 15. Psalm 109, verses 9 through 15. Count when everyone's there. Verse 9 reads, Let his children be fatherless, and his wife a widow. Let his children be continually vagabonds.
Hold on. So let his children be fatherless. Now we see that as being fatherless, right? So we're not understanding, we're not going into the detail of what that really means. So things will happen in our households where our children will be fatherless. Right? Let me show you the outcome of that. Check this out. Let Israel's children be fatherless. What's this from? Forgot? Check this out. This for educational purposes only. Fatherless home statistics. Fatherlessness has become a concerning trend, with a significant number of children growing up without an engaged or involved father. The following statistics shed light on the prevalence and impact of fatherless homes of society. Let their children become fatherless, right? 63% of suicides are from fatherless homes. This is the product of sin. 90% of all homeless and runaway children are from fatherless homes. 85% of all children who show behavior disorders come from fatherless homes. 80% of rapists with anger problems come from fatherless homes. 71% of all high school dropouts come from fatherless homes. 75% of all adolescent patients in chemical abuse centers come from fatherless homes. 70% of juveniles in state-operated institutions come from fatherless homes. 85% of all youth sitting in prison grew up in a fatherless home. Let their church become fatherless. So understand the impact of a community not keeping the commandments of God. This is the product of our sin. Next precept.
Still in Psalm chapter 109, verse 9. Let his children be fatherless, and his wife a widow. Let his children be continually vagabonds and beg. Let them seek their bread also out of their desolate places.
Check it out. Let them seek their bread in desolate places. It said 70% of juveniles incarcerated come from fatherless homes, right? In our communities, most of our children is getting money in the so-called black market from the street. Desolate places. We seek our bread in desolate places. We be out in the street selling drugs, robbing people in desolate places. Not going to work doing a 9 to 5, but we would seek our bread, our substance in desolate places, which lead to us being, the number one incarcerated people in America. Yes. Go ahead. Microphone.
I'm just asking what you just read, the stats you just read. Can you share that to the group?
Sure.
Can you share it with me?
Share to the group. It's most stuff we're going to read too. We'll share to the group.
What I wanted to just kind of say is, just reading these few precepts that we have gone over, it just shows how far we have gotten away from actually knowing our God. I talked to my wife just a minute ago, a student of hers that she'd been dealing with since he's a senior now, since his freshman year. And he's fell off the rails. He come from a fatherless home from the jump. But now the father wants to be in his life. So to be in his life, his father has gave him paraphernalia to go out and make money. And he's been getting in a lot of trouble now. So that's how his that's his way of being a father now, because I'm going to put you on like that. And now, a few scriptures ago, and last week, where it talked about us teaching our children that they may set their hope in God. Our hope is way off. Our hope is somewhere else. It's about a couple dollars, and we don't even know how to actually lead. Like, I just wanted to bring that. I didn't want to say, obviously, his name or anything like that, but just how far that the men has gotten away from knowing our God from generation to generation to generation, and we teaching the wrong things. Like, that's not the only way that you can be a father, by doing the wrong things, because he's on the track to be in two places, and we know what those two places are.
And to add to that, now it's giving you just statistics of fatherless homes, but there's homes that have fathers that are more more dangerous or destructive than those without a man in the household. As he just mentioned, here's one who grew up seeking bread in a desolate place and is teaching his child sin. This is what Most High said. He would visit the iniquity of the fathers to the third and fourth generations. We would teach our children sin, and they would add sin on top of sin. But let's get it. So this because a man's in the household, it don't mean it's a good thing. Yes, sister.
I think all of them still. Caleb got one.
Like how you just said, just because a man is in a household, and from like people that I know from experiences, they're there, but the father is still absent. He's just there. I know people. All my dad did was like the dad did go to work and provide, but never built relationships, never taught a son or a daughter the right things to do. Obviously, because they are far away, gone from God. But even on a carnal level, they just don't. They lack in that area, and that still draws kids to still do the wrong thing.
And that's what he was talking about, and you're saying how far we are away from our culture. He commanded us to pass his heritage down, his law, his culture into our children. So he means put out hope in God and fear God. So what do you expect from someone who loves sin? Like you said, they call it broken. No, we're cursed. That's why I say anyone who has a father or a mother who you may deem, have aught against, you gotta let it go. They're a product of these curses. Holding on to that is poison. Because we'll see things from God's perspective. No, our parents came up in the same curse that we came up in. The issue was they was not keeping the commandments of God and didn't know our God. So we have grown up in the product of sin. I mean, the product is the effects. Like I said, for us not feel safe in our own neighborhood, that's the effect of sin. There's no men standing up there's part of this lesson. There's no men standing up as like Nehemiah said, you come here again, we lay hands on you. But in the scriptures, the lesson can bring out that children have become our oppressors. Yes.
It's just the last day, it shows me how much these scriptures are true simply because is that the father being out of the household is really taking effect on our youth. And what I mean by that is that those that know me from yesterday to today, I was terminated from my job yesterday. And my boss, who was a white one, I'm going to say what it is, their thing is it takes a village. But in that building, I was the father of that village. And now you take me away from that. And so what I noticed that the kids, when I let them know that I wasn't going to be here anymore, it's one kid that he came at me like he wanted to always fight me per se. He always looked at me mean if I'm chastising him. But and it seemed like he would be the one that was just glad that I wasn't going to be there no more. So when I told him, the class, I looked at him, and this boy cried as though he lost his father for the second time because dad is in prison now. And it just dawned on me that when I was chastised, instead of him, he was listening and being attentive to what I was doing because I was coming to him like a dad. But when I left him yesterday, it just hurt me more to see him cry like that simply because the father, his second father to him is gone. Mm-hmm. And my boss and our sodomite, quote, assistant, they know what they're doing. They really they done fired probably about 3 or 4 black men out of the building. And it's just, you can see that it's going to affect the kids instead of affecting me, 'cause I'm going to be okay. But what about these children that you are affecting now that's going to be probably these statistics that you just read because they don't have no one there to just continue to show them love as a father should do.
Now, I want to, because we talked about that a couple of days ago, yesterday, but I want to add something to that. It brought back to my mind that we just talked about that. Where last Shabbat, I think it was, when I was saying about my son, I said I had opportunity to show him how, and don't take this the wrong way, I was happy to have an opportunity to real time show my son an example of how a man is supposed to handle situations. Okay? Now, I always told you about the school system. We just talked about how Satan attacks us. Okay? The problem that our people have, I remember a long time ago telling my wife this because I learned the hard way when I thought too much of myself. When Dave Weinstein told me when I was with the Bears that, he said, hey, you're probably the greatest athlete I ever coached with Chicago Bears. He said, they need another Brian Cox. I guess I was a little wild, you know. And he said, Chicago Bears has been here since whatever year it was established. It's going to be there when I leave and when he leave. Y'all heard me tell this story. Because all before that, I thought that because of my talent, I got away with a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm at a level where it's a whole, no matter how good you think you are, there's another you born every day. You see what I'm saying? And that came true. They still play football. He gone and I'm gone. See? So I remember telling my wife this because, somebody lied to us. Because, see, we don't know the scriptures. Now we do, but the Bible calls them our enemies. You will serve your enemies in one of all things, which is in this lesson. So we are in our enemies' institutions, believing in loyalty. Like you said, 13 years. They don't care about you been 13 years. They don't care about you. So I remember years ago, someone worked in the hospital with my wife. I think she did 40 years or something like that. They accused her of stealing some flowers that was left over, a boutique of flowers that somebody bought for somebody, and they was there for a couple of days. And she said, well, okay, anybody claim them, I'm taking my own. They fired her. Am I lying? Fired her. 40 years. And that's a white woman, right? So that's when they own. So when we at work, people, we just talked about that. There's protocol for all things, especially with these children. We understand, let's bring up the children are our oppressors. So they have more authority than you. It ain't like when we was kids. Like, real talk, I got fired for the same thing. But I was in a different position than you. I was in the juvenile facility, right? A sodomite boy who I protected. The whole facility wanted to do him in. They wouldn't touch him because of me. Now, he was at BV, the maximum, but Vassar is more violent than the maximum. You're in them cabins, they go down. See, you in the facility, it's cameras everywhere. It still go down there, but ain't nothing like in Vassar. It goes down. Okay? Now, he heard a lot of stuff about going to Vassar. He feared being SA. So when I get into work, the other coworker give me leave and give me a report like he been tripping all day. I don't know what's going on, right? So I asked him, I forgot what I asked him. But we was getting ready to line up and go to lunch or recreation or something. He said he ain't going. I told him, I stopped playing. He got his papers and threw them at me. Then he charged me. Now I promise you, I had a reputation in both facilities. Crazy respect from the staff to all the kids. You can ask anybody to this day, right? He charged me if he was not a sodomite, right? Now, I have the ability to restrain without putting my hands on the child, right? Because my job was to restrain. Now, I got fired for one reason. The sodomite charged me. All I did was put my arm out and just boom, like that. When I would have got him and boom, I just boom. He fell back, boom. I restrained him. The reason I got fired was not because of that. Because I let the female worker restrain with me. I didn't need her help. I didn't want females restraining with me. Like this really ain't a place for females to work at. This dude there 6'4", 220 strong. I didn't see dudes get busy in there. But I didn't let her restrain with me. And that was against the policy. So it wasn't this that because I just, boom, I could have, I did the least to him. Because I know he, you know what I mean? I just, boom, but I ain't let the female. And then they convinced her to sell herself against me that I didn't even do. She said that she did ask me. I said, no, it's cool. Because me and the kid used to restrain. I had it structured. You know what I mean? I had the alphas, they was my little soldiers. You know what I'm saying? Like, boo-boo, I just, whatever, they come in. So we trained them, they come in. It was this white woman who always tried to accuse me because she could understand the influence that I had. Like, I can go to sleep. They weren't doing nothing unless I gave them a pass. She thought I was bribing them, buying her, so I ain't buying the kid nothing. It's respect. I was their uncle, like, you know what I'm saying? But, so no matter, and they didn't want to fire me, but how they fired me was because somehow somebody let you know. Okay? I ain't say his name, Sheba. Mentioned my past. My records were sealed. That's how I got hired there. At that time, I had 3 felonies. They were supposed to hire someone who had felonies, and there was no sexual, none of that. It was violence. I mean, it was violence and drug stuff, okay? So when the woman found out my past, she called the state on me. You see what I'm saying? So the state came in, seen my records. The head dude there, he called me and said, man, I don't want to do this, man, but I got to because they had to open up the records and they seen this. You know what I'm saying? So point being made is that no matter how valuable we think we are to a business, y'all always heard me say, in the business, ain't no heartbeat. In the world, ain't no heartbeat. You said, I'm the only father in there. Satan want fathers in his indoctrination, no places. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, still in that situation, you were supposed to follow protocol. You see what I'm saying? And as sad as it is, you know what I'm saying? You got to call and have people come in to do their job. You can't do that. You see what I'm saying? Which demise you because you're seen as nothing. But they're not paying you for that. And so going forward, if you ever be in a situation again, understand no matter what it is, like we said last night, we have to do things lawfully. And so in that school system, they have policy. We have to follow the policy, or we don't follow the policy, we get fired. You see what I'm saying? The policy was for me to have my coworker help me restrain, not the children. You see what I'm saying? So, yes. You see what I'm saying?
I was just gonna say, we must be wise as serpents and harmless as doves when we dealing with the world, because they'll use Satan will use them to use any little thing to,
And
to our detriment.
Think about it. You the only person in school talking about some Hebrew stuff. Think about it though. So like he said, we command to be wise. Yeah. I told you years ago, brother, you can't explain none of them. But you want to sit here with your little fringes on and it be the head Hebrew in charge. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, be easy, bro. Leave the people kids alone. Don't talk to their parents. How would you feel if somebody came to your child? You see what I'm saying? Nope, you in there friends up like a Pharisee. Yeah, yep. Yeah, but back to the lesson.
Still in Psalm chapter 109, verse 11.
Like this last part. Like I told you, I had a cousin not in understanding, but Carl was still trying to teach the children. He teaches history, trying to teach them this Indian stuff. Like, no, we the indigenous people. They got rid of him. He wouldn't even, because that little bit, that little seed can spark some children, and they get to research and find they Israelites. They get rid of him. But see, they don't want that in there. We cannot change. I told you, you can't change the world. This is Satan's kingdom. Ain't nothing we can do. Prophecy is prophecy. Let's get it.
Verse 11, Psalm chapter 109. Let the extortioner catch all that he hath, and let the strangers spoil his labor.
See that? Dope boy, right? Let the extortioner take all he have. Big Meech. The extortioner took all that he have. Every big time drug dealer, the extortioner took everything he had. They let you do your thing, get your money up, get all these things. It's to take it from you. You come out broke. Read.
Verse 12. Let there be none to extend mercy unto him, neither let there be any to favor his fatherless children.
Is that going on with the Ish people? Is there anyone caring about our children? Only when it's time to, get a jab or something. They love us. Is anyone caring about our children? Read.
Verse 13. Let his posterity be cut off.
Let's who?
Let his posterity be cut off. And in the generation following, let their name be blotted out.
Is it not? Is it not? Read.
Let the iniquity of his fathers be remembered with the Most High, and let not the sin of his mother be blotted out. Let them be before the Most High continually, that he may cut off the memory of them from the earth.
Has it not happened? He told us this would happen. Jeremiah. 17. Verse 4.
Jeremiah 17, verse 4.
And thou, even thyself, shall discontinue from thy heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thy enemies in the land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever. So, how doesn't it matter to the Most High anymore? Right? How? He said we discontinue from our heritage that he gave us. His fire, his anger is kindled. Sirach. Chapter 17, verse 11. Ecclesiasticus. Let's see what this heritage is that he gave us, that we discontinue from. Verse 11.
Sirach 17, verse 11.
Besides this, he gave them knowledge. He gave us knowledge that he gave no other nation. In the law of life for an inheritance. See, the law is called the law of life. It's our culture, our way of life. For a heritage to pass down to our children's children, sons. We have been blotted out. We do not have our heritage. We cook with seasons that's not ours. We don't even know how our fathers and mother used to cook and eat. What did they use? I say when I was over in Canada, people was going home to their homelands, bringing back roots and spices that they know. Yeah. They grandmamas using these spices and roots and stuff. Jamaicans still to this day making juices and stuff out of roots and stuff that's good for the body. I got some in my refrigerator right now. But not processed spices. What? Who that? You ain't lying. But I'm saying we don't have nothing of our own. Let me get this right here. Play that first video with the dude on the cover. We can't see the video because something going on with the system. No, the other one. YouTube. You gotta mute our voices. That one.
Oh.
So start over.
Let's start over.
Okay. You gotta mute us though.
I gotta switch it first.
Okay.
Back to here.
And especially the African American experience. It's literally not duplicated anywhere on earth in history. African Americans are a completely unique phenomenon as a people. Who they are culturally, what their history is, what their experience is, isn't duplicated anywhere on earth. You don't know where you came from. You don't know what country you came from. You don't know what culture you came from. You don't know what language you came from. You don't know what your religion was before. You, like I've said before, you're more American than anyone because you don't have any other identity. Actually, your entire identity is American-based. That's not the case of anyone else. I'm Irish American. I'm German American. I'm Italian American. I'm Jewish American. I'm this or that, the other. You can say African American, but you don't know anything about Africa. You don't even know which part of Africa. Africans don't call themselves that because I know my tribe. I have my language. I have my region, my country, my whatever. Like me saying European American. I'm not European. I'm specifically Irish and German. But you can't say that. You are American. You're the original Americans. You know? Everyone else is immigrants. You can't even be called immigrants. Yeah. You know? You're originally American. And your culture is as close to being the indigenous culture of America as there can be without you being the indigenous people. You know? You're the indigenous people of the entity called America, called the United States of America. Everything else came from elsewhere. Your culture is the only one that came from right there because you were cut off from everything else. You know, there's nobody else like that. There's nobody else like that in the world. There's no other culture like that in the world.
Now, the brothers don't know we Israel, but that's according to the scriptures where we're from. Now, knowing that the 10 tribes was the first to be over here, because Atarif means a land where no man dwelt. So our people was here first for anybody. So our people are the real indigenous people. But as we had read, we had lost our heritage, we had lost our identity, we lost the knowledge of everything. So everything that we know right now has been given to us by our slave masters. Read.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 19. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 19 reads, Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shalt thou be when thou goest out.
That's what I was saying. So there's no sense of security, no sense of peace within our own communities. Next precept.
2 Chronicles chapter 15, verse 5. 2 Chronicles chapter 15, verse 5. Con, when everyone's there. Second Chronicles chapter 15, verse 5 reads, And in those times there was no peace to him that went out, nor to him that came in, but great vexations were upon all the inhabitants of the countries.
For those who don't know, it was dangerous for them to travel. Robbing, stealing, and killing has always been going on in our community. Vexations, it was trouble. There's no peace within our own community when we once had peace. Wouldn't worry about nothing. Next precept.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 20 through 22. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 20 through 22. Con, when everyone's there. The Most High shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke, and all that thou settest thine hand unto for to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly, because of the wickedness of thy doings, whereby thou hast forsaken me. The Most High shall make the pestilence cleave unto thee, until he have consumed thee from off the land, whither thou goest to possess it. The Most High shall smite thee with the consumption, and with the fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish.
So all these diseases and infections should be clear to our people. Brother Caleb, are you ready? He said we kept his commandments that we would have no diseases, no pestilence, no viruses. Brooke, are you ready? Okay.
Of medicine, and it's basically saying
Fair use.
Can you repeat it again, Caleb?
This is from the National Library of Medicine. The 5 leading causes of death by race, ethnicity, based on age-adjusted deaths per 100,000 population 2021. And so it's saying that we as blacks or Hebrew, heart disease is number 1 for us.
Stop for a minute. Sister Sheba, what are some causes of heart disease?
Besides your genetics,
Yeah.
your diet.
Your who?
Your diet.
Your diet. So our people, I knew the answer. So our people have been eating things that are abominable for us to eat. We're not following God's dietary law. He said we are not to eat swine. We are not to eat anything that comes out of the water without scales and fins. They are toxic. They are not food. They're not food. So we eating things that he had created to clean the earth of the dead and the poisons and of the waters. What would it do to us? It would make us sick. Yes, Sister Joanna.
Is it safe to say or true that they do trick us to believe that a lot of our diseases are genetics because of how they programmed us to eat and not basically like take care of ourselves?
Let me tell you the truth. There was such thing as what she just said. That's what she learned up in school and up in hospitals. The Most High they say that stuff, but as kids from the womb, they are poisoning us. Okay, the Most High made all of us perfect. So that's why they attack the children in the womb with these prenatals and all this kind of stuff, all this poison. I just said if with a husband or father poison his child, You go to all the baby food, whatever, it got metals and all kind. You can get a magnet, and you see all kind of irons and stuff, metals in the food. So if it was genetics, why are you doing all these things? You're poisoning from the womb. You're getting all these shots with slow releasing diseases. That's just my belief. I'm not a medical student. I'm not a medical doctor. But the Most High don't cripple people like that. But it's a war on the child, and they try to say, yeah, because we are this race of people. We have these genetics, but we have a tendency to do the same thing. We're breaking God's dietary law. That's what. Yeah. So hold on. That's why I said I knew one of the number one causes was a diet. So we're eating everything the Most High said don't eat. So if my great grandma been feeding me chitlins, her grandma fed her chitlins and ham hocks and bacon all our lives, this is our diet. So we will have these similar diseases because it's been passed down through the diet and whatever else. Yes, sister.
When I say genetic, I don't mean race. I mean genetic. It could be because of what the people ate over time. Mm-hmm. But I don't mean black people. I mean black, white, okay.
Yeah. But I'm saying like us, like they say cancer. What so-called black people have a pattern of how we eat, live. It's a pattern, right? We're smoking cigarettes. We're taking all these. That's why white people don't take drugs, because they do. But the Most High said that we're different people. So that's why, what's his name? Kennedy. The dude, Robert F. Kennedy. Yeah, he's saying that our people, like the jab, affects us differently than it do other people. You know what I'm saying? So they have studied our DNA, okay? And they have made specific adjustments to attack a certain race of people. Okay? So, let's go. Now, I said that, I forgot what it was called because I remember doing this research like 9 years ago. When they did a big study on the what you call it? Okay, when they dig bones up and they test the bones. No, that's no. When they dig bones up and they test like the DNA and stuff, that's the hair. No, that's somebody who's fine stuff. What these so-called people back a long time ago, they did these studies on Hebrews and so-called Africans, and they made it's a big difference between us, our cranials, all this stuff. Like that's why when Moses was born, they knew he was a Hebrew, because we're not the same people, but our DNA and our chromosomes, some in us, we have a gene that they don't have, and they're able to differentiate the priests and all that. I forgot what like the Levites, all of us, it's a gene that we have. Let's study DNA. I forgot what it was. I did like 9 years ago, but it's a gene that Hebrews have that no other nation have, and that's why they have us, researching your DNA, your genealogy, trying to find your ancestors are. They're identifying where the Hebrews are at with that technology, okay? But anyway, we have a gene that, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I seen it.
You talking about the name of the study? The name of the study that they did?
I forgot.
No, that's what you was asking?
Yeah.
And our skeleton and our bone structure is different from
all that. Yep. But we are none alike. Yep. Go. What's your name of it?
No, I was asking you something about the actual name of the project that they was working on. That.
It was a few of them. It wasn't just one. It was a few of them. But they tested a whole lot of stuff, comparing the like the bones of the Hebrews in Egypt. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
yeah. Okay.
I forgot. It was like 9 years ago. Sister Milka. Excavation. Archaeology. Yeah. Escalation. Yeah.
So
but,
like,
but they did a certain. They did studies on. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Ebu. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yes, Ms. Milk.
so a while it was like back in December, I had an eye doctor's appointment for like my false eye. They still got my eyeball too, and I've been wanting to get it back. But they sent me an email.
What you gonna put in the fridge?
Let me tell you something. They sent me an email after my eye doctor's appointment. They sent me an email talking about like they got like my DNA or something like that, and wanted to pay me to be able to research on it. And I said no.
See there? Yes. You too. Go ahead. You something to add to it? Okay. Yeah. Yes. There you go.
Prior to Milka saying that, it was on my mind, and that kind of brought it back up. There's somebody we know personally after the pandemic happened, like when people was getting sick, they paid this guy to take a lot of like his white blood cells and like all the stuff that like fight in his body, because they was just so amazed. So they paid him to take it, and that kind of goes back to what we were getting at about how they can target and create things to affect us differently. And I this is my belief. I believe that's why they took, they wanted his strong defensive cells to reverse engineer and create something that, you know what I mean, that's that can harm it, like that can destroy it.
It's a reason why Parent Parenthood is in our neighborhoods. They are using our fetuses, stem cells, and all kind of stuff in they research, for their bio weapons, put it like that. Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, yes.
I think I found probably one of them that you were speaking of.
It says the study, a prominent study on ancient Hebrew genetic markers in Africa focused on the Limba people of southern Africa. Researchers analyzed their DNA and found a significant presence of the Cohen modal haplotype, a Y chromosome marker strongly associated with the priest lineage.
See there? With the Levites. Okay. Yeah. Let's get it.
What's that? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, keep going.
Okay, the second leading cause of death for Hebrews is cancer. Third would be COVID. Fourth is unintentional injury. And lastly,
can you move over something a little bit? Yeah, because it's
okay.
Quicker.
And last was stroke.
So, if the Most High gave us His laws and judgments, right? Dietary laws, all that stuff. He didn't give it to them. Who would it adversely affect? Us or them? So genetically, we're made up a little different than them. Okay? So I can go into what you're kind of saying, but genetically, we're made up a little different than them. Things affect us differently than it affect them. Okay? Yes. They eat everything. Camels.
That's kind of
Bears.
what Kennedy was saying. He was saying that the jab don't work the same on us. It needs to be stronger.
Mm-hmm.
People got mad at him.
Yep.
But
Not hearing the whole story.
Not hearing the whole. But I mean, we don't want it stronger. But if in his mind he thinks that it works, he's saying it won't help them because our body can still attack it. It needs to be
Stronger.
And all those diseases you name, but if you put genetic out of it and focus on what you're saying, it's all environmental. So it's all outside of us that is placing us at these increased rates. It's our environment, the food we have access to, no activity, environmental outside of the body. So not genetic, like you were saying.
Go ahead.
And regarding that, COVID is fourth for us, so we're almost the least affected by COVID.
Mm-hmm.
told us it was the first.
What?
But during that time, when we was going through that, they told us that we was the leading, leading in all mortalities.
Hold on, y'all. So let's get this right here. Exodus chapter 15, verse 26.
Throughout a GB.
Comment everyone's there.
Con.
And I'm gonna go to hold that and get John 5. Start at verse 3.
John chapter 5, verse 3.
But we're gonna go to what's the name first? Exodus first.
Exodus. Con.
I said hold John, and y'all hold it, so we ain't gotta be turning pages.
Con.
Comment everyone's there.
Con.
Exodus chapter 15, verse 26 says, and said, if thou would diligently hearken to the voice of Ahayah thy God, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon you, which I have brought upon Egypt, for I am Ahayah that healeth thee. For I am Ahayah that healeth you. Okay? So let's go to John, chapter 5. Start at verse 3. No, I'm going to start at verse 2. No, this is 1. After this, there was a feast of the Hebrews, and Yasha went up to Jerusalem. Now there is at Jerusalem by the sheep market a pool, which is called in Hebrew Bath Ishta, having 5 porches. In these lay great multitude of impotent folk, of blind, halt, withered, waiting for the moving of the water. For an angel went down at a certain season into the pool, and troubled the water. Whosoever then first after the troubling of the water stepped in was made whole, or healthy, or cured of whatsoever disease he had. A certain man was there, which had an infirmity 38 years. When Yasha saw him lie and knew that he had been now a long time in that case, he said to him, wilt thou be made whole? The impotent man answered him, said, Sir, I have no man when the water is troubled to put me into the pool. But while I am coming, another steppeth down before me. Yasha said to him, rise, take up thy bed, and walk. And immediately the man was made whole, and took up his bed and walked. And on the same day was the Sabbath. There's another story when there was a woman, I think, that had an infirmity, and all these infirmities or diseases, we see that the most. Let me find one when he cast out devils. No. Go to Matthew chapter 8. Let's see. Find one. let me start here. Name what I want. 28. Matthew 28. That's. I want to see when he cast out the devil though. That's the one. Okay, Matthew 8. What was that? 8:28. Read it.
It says, and when he was come to the
Matthew 8:28.
Come. And when he was come to the other side in the country of the Gergesenes, there met him two possessed with devils, coming out of the tombs, exceeding fierce, so that no man might pass by that way. And behold, they cried out, saying, What have we to do with thee, Yasha, thou Son of God? Art thou come hither to torment us before the time? And there was a good way off from them an herd of many swine feeding. So the devils besought him, saying, If thou cast us out, suffer us to go away into the herd of swine. And he said unto them, Go. And when they were come out, they went into the herd of swine, and behold, the whole herd of swine ran violently down a steep place into the sea, and perished in the waters.
Let's get. I think it's 16.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Verse 16. 8. When the even was come, they brought unto him many that were oppressed with devils, and he cast out the spirits. 8 and 16. When the even was come, they brought unto him many that were oppressed with devils. He cast out the spirits with his word, and healed all that were sick. So we're seeing that diseases are what? Demonic possession. So when we sin, we don't have the hedge or the protection of the Most High God. That's if you keep my commandments, I will protect you from these evil spirits. Even in Noah brought all the healing potions to heal all diseases of these devils, right? And he passed it down to his son Shem. But all these diseases are of demonic possession. So our people are not keeping his commandments, so we are cursed, and that's a part of the curse. So if we say eat, we be whole. If we do what we say do, we be whole. Okay? Next precept. I mean, would you still reading? Baruch, you have something to read?
Okay, so yep, so a lot of this was touched on and kind of what we covered earlier, but I'll just highlight some of the statistics to go along with the actual ailments or diseases. So let me see here. Number 7 is diabetes. It says it's 60. Oh, and this is from blackdoctor.org.
Fair use.
Diabetes, number 7, 60% more common in blacks than whites. Blacks are up to 2.5 times more likely to suffer a limb amputation and up to 5.6 times more likely to suffer kidney disease than other people with diabetes. Let me see here. It says the theory is that it maybe it is access to health care. That's just what what they say or whatever. Which we don't have the same. We don't have the same.
He commanded us to be holy.
Yeah.
He commanded us to be holy. Okay.
Number 6 is asthma. Oh, sorry.
And not to make our souls abominable with foods.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Get it.
Yep. Number 6 is asthma. Asthma hits African Americans particularly hard, and the healthcare system often fails them. An estimated 15.3% of black children have the disease, compared with 7.1% of white children. Sarcoidosis. But deaths from lung scarring are 16 times more common among blacks than among whites. Lung cancer. Let's see here. Blacks have more asthma than any racial or ethnic group, and blacks are 3 times more likely to die of asthma than whites. 3 times more likely to suffer sarcoidosis than whites. 50% more likely to get lung cancer than white American men. Blacks are half as likely to get flu and pneumonia vaccinations as white Americans. Number 3, stroke. Stroke kills 4 times more 35 to 54-year-old black Americans than white Americans. Higher prevalence for stroke than any other racial group. It says that stroke is a brain attack that most often occurs when the blood that brings oxygen to your brain stops flowing and brain cells die. Let me see here. Who's getting strokes in the black community? Younger people under 65 who have diabetes are more likely. Why do black people have strokes? Number 2, heart disease. And we touched on that earlier. And one thing that this brings out also is a high blood pressure. And we know, foods and stuff. And then number 1 is cancer.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, Sister Sheba. Your heart died. Is that I think I've seen that, the E1B1A. Is that what I was talking about? Okay. Yeah. I know I've seen that before, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, Sheba.
What most studies won't openly say is the biases in treatment that causes the increase in poor outcomes in poorer outcomes with African American, because you can come in with the same symptoms as your white counterpart, but
Hold on, Junior. I want you off the phone and paying attention. Go ahead.
Than your white counterpart and have different treatment. We all know they readily publish that in America, who's supposed to be this industrialized, forward-moving country, have more fetal deaths and fetal worse outcomes with birthing of the mother and child than third world countries. And it's because when we come in with a symptom, the same test's not ordered, which it is standard, but somehow it's not getting ordered. So last week I had a provider who got upset and said it out loud. Now I've had it happen a couple of times where I had a doctor tell us kidney disease, while we end up on dialysis 2 times more than others, is because the lab values are actually different for African American versus a non-African American. By the time they say an African American has a problem, they stage 2, stage 3 already. But the numbers are lower for a white male. As soon as a spike come, you can take a lot of preventive measures. So it's the biases that's built into the system. So if I come in with dizziness, a headache, you dehydrated, did you drink? They not doing all the tests that if this white woman come in with dizziness, a headache, she done got an MRI, a CT, she done had a stroke, now she can get the clot buster and she have hardly no side effects from her stroke. But after I done got sent home after you got my blood pressure down, but I'm still feeling this way, just drink plenty of water and we gave you some fluids. I come in 2, 3 times, now I'm having a massive stroke. And outcomes are poor, if not death.
So Pharaoh is still casting us into the sea, huh? Let's get it. Thank you for that.
Picking up at Psalm chapter 80, verses 4 through 16. Yep, Psalm chapter 80, verses 4 through 16.
Oh, good, get it.
And these statistics from the Lancet and also from public health.
So he said that these pestilence will cleave to us. Fair use.
And also from the National Library of Medicine. So it has respiratory infections and tuberculosis of a mortality rate per 100,000. It has American Indians or Alaska Natives as the leading leading cause per 100,000, and blacks or African Americans the second leading cause at 20 per 100,000. For cardiovascular disease, we are the leading cause in cardiovascular disease, as was said earlier. And second behind is the American Indian or Alaska Native. And it's I think it's prevalent to highlight that on each one of these is the Asians are the bottom tier, the lowest, so they have like least cardiovascular mortality rates and respiratory issues as well. And HIV and AIDS, it says per 100,000, blacks are 2.4 times higher than the next highest rate. Second leading will be American Indians or Alaska Natives. Maternal and neonatal disorders, we are 3 times more higher per 100,000 than any other ethnicity.
God.
And when it another disease that says that affects us more, they tested 74,817 people, and 69,889 or 93.4% of these were black or African American with the sickle cell disease, and only 3,000 were Hispanics, and 4.8% and 1.8% were white.
So again, how does it not matter keeping God's commandments? We're suffering the product of sin. So these pestilence diseases will cleave to us. Let's get it.
Psalm chapter 80, verse 4. It reads, O Ahayah, God of hosts, how long wilt thou be angry against the prayer of thy people? Thou feedest.
How long will we suffer these curses? Read.
Thou feedest them with the bread of tears, and givest them tears to drink in great measure.
Now, is Most High purposely doing this?
No.
We're going to read that the Most High is righteous in doing this.
Come.
It's part of the contract. It's like we just said in the school system, any job, they have a policy. You break the policy, you suffer the consequences that's written in the policy. So when they say the 10 Commandments or the commandments, they don't tell us it's a contract.
Yep.
A covenant. It's not just laws, it's a contract that we signed with God. Read.
Verse 6. Thou makest us a strife unto our neighbors, and our enemies laugh among themselves. Turn us again, O God of hosts, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved. Thou hast brought a vine out of Egypt.
Listen, get into our history. You brought a vine out of captivity, out of Egypt. Read.
Thou hast cast out the heathen and planted it.
It's like planting a garden. You cast away the stones, the weeds, clear out the path. He planted a good people. Read.
Thou preparedst room before it, and didst cause it to take deep root.
So he cultivated the land. He filled his word. Read.
And it filled the land. Verse 10.
Israel multiplied. Read.
Verse 10.
Cookie. No.
The hills were covered with the shadow of it, and the boughs thereof were like the goodly cedars. She sent out her boughs unto the sea, and her branches unto the river. Verse 12. Why hast thou then broken down her hedges, so that all they which pass by the way do pluck her? The boar out of the wood do waste it, and the wild beasts of the field do devour it. Return, we beseech thee, O God of hosts. Look down from heaven, and behold, and visit this vine, and the vineyard which thy right hand hath planted, and the branch that thou madest strong for thyself. It is burned with fire.
It's burnt with fire. Who is the vine? Israel. He protected us. He nourished us. He fed us. Now it's burnt with fire. So It's a comparison. He using illustrations so we can understand the circumstance and the consequences of our actions. Let's get it.
It is burned with fire. It is cut down. They perish at the rebuke of thy countenance.
Let's get verse 13. No, 12. Why hast thou then broken down her hedges? We just read about all the diseases and all these things like we're not safe in our streets. He has removed his protection, his hedge from us. It was a beautiful vine with that was surrounded with hedges that was protected. Our branches went out into the sea. It got watered. It blossomed. It grew beautifully. But Israel turned their back on the Most High. Right? Then it says, the abhor out of the wood do waste it. These nations waste it. It's not talking about a literal boar. Well, man. 13. And the wild beasts of the field do devour it. Every nation has devoured us. And the vineyard which thy right hand has planted, and the branches that thou madest strong for thyself, it is burned with fire, it is cut down. They perish at the rebuke of thy countenance. Get it.
Isaiah chapter 51, verse 20. Isaiah chapter 51, verse 20. Con, when everyone's there. Isaiah chapter 51, verse 20.
Now, I just said that our streets ain't safe, right? Our neighborhoods ain't safe, right? Let's get it.
Verse 20 reads.
Hold on, be easy. It said, let thy children be fatherless, right?
Con.
Let thy children be fatherless. Let mother be a widow. Read.
Thy sons have fainted. They lie at the head of all the streets, as a wild bull in a net. They are full of the fury of the Most High. They rebuke the rebuke of thy God.
What are our communities filled with? Gangs. They're the head of the street. Right? As a wild bull in a net. Haven't even been out of the hood.
Yep.
Trapped. Violence is in our neighborhood because the children are like wild bulls in the net at the head of the streets.
Wow, yeah. Con.
With a wrath, they came up, like you said, they call it broken homes, but no, a cursed home.
Con.
They came up without a father, without instructions. They came out with a wicked mama who was their friends and not a parent. Gave them too much room. So they searched for what was lacking. They formulated gangs. And they promote violence and sell drugs in the community. They destroy our people. Next precept.
Isaiah chapter 3, verse 12. Isaiah chapter 3, verse 12. Con, when everyone's there. Isaiah 3, verse 12 reads, as for my people, children are their oppressors.
Children are their oppressors. This is the only people on earth where the children are the oppressors. I guarantee you over in Japan and in China, the children ain't the oppressors. They kill them.
Yeah, con. They don't play.
At all. Yep. Over there in with them Arabs, the children are not the oppressors. They kill them.
Africa.
Them Jewish folk, their children are not their oppressors. They do the same thing.
Con.
We're the only people this prophecy fulfills. That fulfill this prophecy. Read it.
Verse 12 in Isaiah chapter 3. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them.
And who?
and women rule over them.
Show me another nation where women rule over the men.
Won't find
Show
it.
me another nation. So if the Ish people were the children of God, why don't we see that? Or I see it's a bunch of men in black suits and black hats and the little black thing on top of their head. The women are not ruling them. The children are not their oppressors. So how are they the people? I said, if you have an ear to hear, this lesson would undeniably, if you have an ear to hear, prove that we are the true children of Israel. There's no other nation where that's been done. But you right now, if you go to an Ish school over there in Israel, you got men as teachers. You got men as the president. Not saying women ain't teachers. I don't know, but I guarantee you those who are in the head position are men. They ain't playing that. In our community, we got women for principals. For you know, you don't go to counseling, you got to go to some woman. A man got to go to a woman for counsel. What you gonna tell me? You know, what can you tell me about being a man? How you gonna tell me about a marriage? Y'all gonna laugh if I say what I said last time. I ain't gonna say that. You know. Y'all remember that? Remember what I said? Look at you. You just instigated.
The chief instigator.
Instigated. Most of the people that are set up to be in counseling or advising jobs ain't that themselves. Like, you get people with $5 in the bank trying to help you invest. No offense to the young man, but for example, Lil Meech. He out here, boss of all bosses, man, you don't sit out somewhere. If you want to, he trying to tell people they want to make some money, whatever, call his people. Why you tell your daddy that? I'm just saying though, how you this, and if you will start with your own pops first, so you trying to do stuff to make some money, how you gonna teach me how to do some money when you had money and blew it? Which is natural. You figure some money, everybody gonna blow it, unless you grew up with money. So, you know, he had nice whip, clothes, showing out. Thinking he'll go on forever because he a star now. All stars don't last forever. But he young. But now you doing these little promos trying to tell somebody how to invest something when you need to follow your own counsel. But I'm saying people who are in positions to counsel you for marriage, they ain't been married. Like these people, a woman, she had a show, I couldn't stand her. There's a sister. Ayana, I couldn't stand that broad. How you gonna tell somebody about fixing? Yeah, they like.
Yep.
You a whole wreck yourself, huh?
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Fix my life. Fix my life.
Yeah, like Kendra G, right? Now she on there, she like a matchmaker chick, right? And it's crazy because when you watch her, she had the same mentality as the chicks that come on her show. Like, she said that a man gotta show her his W-2 and success consistency. Women, who do you think you are? See, I said women get some money and they just, I don't understand them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm serious. Like, if I was in the world and I was single and I went out and met somebody, I may get a room with a pool in it. This to make sure you look like that when you come out the water. So I'm just saying, when I get in the pool, I'm gonna come out looking the same way that I went in. So all that false confidence gonna go out the window when you come out the water. Cause you might get kicked in the back, out the door. Like a whole man come out the water. I sent my wife a video. It's a cold game. It was a whole dude. You ever see that one? Nah, this is the best one of all time. It was a whole dude. Was a pretty girl. Took that stuff off, a whole dude. I'm trying to tell you, I'm happy to be married in 2025. I would. I've been had to. Hey, for real. That's enough. I mean, it's serious. Yes, I'm gonna try to find that right there.
Yeah, it's like a lot of men online you wouldn't even know was males. Like honestly, they on there. They like hairstylists. They go on there and like one guy. I was scrolling yesterday. He Alonzo. He still got his boy name, but he just had on like a spank, like women wear, like the actual bikini style, like under under your clothes. He had it on in the video and was like promoting it, but like they tucking and everything is like out cold. Like if you was a straight man, you really would not know. You would probably really kill somebody in today's time because you just can't tell.
I'm trying to find. I gotta send y'all this thing. This is incredible. Yeah. Send it to me. Can you find it, baby?
Goofy, man.
Let's go. See, I see this all day in Lakewood, New Jersey, in a mini Israel. I have to interact with the people on a daily basis. Let's go.
I'm going to finish reading verse 12 of Isaiah chapter 3. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err.
So they that lead us cause us to err. So is a woman supposed to lead a man? Our children are supposed to lead us. But real talk, in our communities, young people are having babies. Right? They're not teaching their children anything. What's really on their mind at young age is their self. You can't blame them for that because you're young and you don't have the life experience to be self. You find very few have life experience to understand that you have to be selfless. You have to have discipline. But when a child 16, 17, 18, 19 years old having babies who come from the same type of household that they're creating, what do you think the product is going to be?
Repeated cycle.
You're dropping your baby off of whoever house can keep him for a minute, or even leaving the house to go party. To satisfy you, to please you, do what you want to do. So now the babies are coming up at the head of the corners with the wrath of a bull, terrifying their communities. Let's get it.
They which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy paths.
Destroy the way of thy path. So not this, so a woman lead a man in the household. Should a woman be a pastor? A woman, the Most High did not create any woman.
Quiet, children over there in the corner, quiet down.
No woman in no capacity should lead a man. Like I said, people like to use the Bible and bring up Deborah and us. I said, that's when Israel fell off. That's politics. So we got women politicians. Yeah. But the Most High didn't set her up as a judge. Man did. Did he use her? He was a woman to put to shame a man, but he don't establish women as leaders of his people. Man put her there, and he used her, but he didn't put her there. Okay, so just because you see something in the Bible where this is that, he used this. Yeah, he used a woman to go down to the camp and kill the captain of the army. But where do you see in the Bible it says train the daughters of Judah the bow? Yes.
To that same effect, like he used Jacob's mother to, she played a role in Jacob getting the promise, but it wasn't her promise to give, but he used her to help in his will to receive the promise the blessing from his father.
Yeah. He used Sarah to remove Ishmael out the house. Ishmael was trying to kill him with the bow. No, you get on out of here. Said, listen to your wife. Ishmael is trying to keep the promise. I'm gonna get rid of my brother. You can't even die in the same household. So he had the mother in the right place at the right time to hear and see what she saw, get Ishmael a threat to the promise out of there. What? Your wife over there got some jokes.
I was laughing at TJ.
Oh, let's get it. Oh, let's get it.
Next precept, Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 4.
What are you doing?
Yeah, he was smashing those things.
Killing them. Oh, he loved them words. Mouth green in the mud.
Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 4. Count when everyone's there. Verse 4 reads, they shall die of grievous deaths.
They should do what?
Die of grievous deaths.
Wow.
They shall not be lamented, neither shall they be buried, but they shall be as dung upon the face of the earth, and they shall be consumed by the sword and by famine, and their carcasses shall be meat for the fowls of heaven.
See?
And for the beasts of the earth.
They'll be fatherless, widows. The men will be slaughtered with the sword. So show me a people who have suffered this for thousands of years. We ain't just come from chattel slavery. This is thousands of years ago. We've been going through the same thing for a long time. There's not another nation on earth who has suffered for so long these curses. Just 1,000 years, and we still going through the same thing. Because we're doing the same thing. That's precept.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 23 through 29. Deuteronomy 28, verses 23 through 29. Con, when everyone's there.
With Jeremiah 10, we're going to do a thing. What's the name? Intermission. We're going to read Jeremiah 8, 10, 13. We'll break up. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Verse 23. And thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron.
Do y'all know what that means? Thy heaven should be what?
Brass.
Brass. And the earth should be what?
Shall be iron.
Yes.
A hard life.
Famine, drought. The heavens won't produce the what's called the latter rain. The earth will not produce. It'll be droughts and famines. Yeah, hard life. Read.
24. The Most High shall make the rain of thy land powder and dust.
See, powder and dust, drought and famine.
From heaven shall it come down upon thee until thou be destroyed. The Most High shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed unto all the kingdoms of the earth.
Be what?
Shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth.
Where are the Ish people who serve in all the kingdoms of the earth? See, I love to sit down with a rabbi. We can do this lesson right here with all of them. Where are your people in every kingdom of the earth serving the kingdoms? Everywhere I travel, it's not a place we can travel on the face of this earth that our people are not serving the kingdoms. Not one. Where are they serving all the kingdoms of the earth? No matter what land they in, they servants. You go traveling. Get on the y'all. Everybody scared getting the plane because they got something going on with it's an agenda for this traveling. The most I said that we want to travel and can't go city to city. It's going down. You know, same way when that thing happened back in, not 4 years ago, but yeah, with the 3 numbers, they set it up, and after that, traveling changed. So they caused a lot of stuff to happen because traveling is about to change. So I'm saying, read.
Verse 26. And thy carcass shall be meat unto all fowls of the air, and unto all the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. The Most High will smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. The Most High shall smite thee with madness, and blindness, and astonishment of heart. And thou shalt grope at noonday, as the blind gropeth in darkness, and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways.
As a nation of people, we will never prosper in our ways. We will not come together and prosper. No matter what, no matter who's meeting up with who, it don't matter. So they can have a little meeting, some generational wealth, all that stuff ain't going down. As a nation of people, we will not prosper. We will not come together and prosper. One person out of 10,000 may get a couple dollars, but as a nation of people, we will not prosper. Have we? What you doing, son? Okay. Read.
And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt be only oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save thee.
Okay, are the people who claim to be the people only oppressed and spoiled, destroyed?
No.
The brother said, hey, it's phenomenon. There's no other people on earth like these people. Read.
The book of Psalm chapter 60, verse 3. Psalm 60, verse 3. Con, when everyone's there. Verse 3 reads, Thou hast showed thy people hard things. Thou hast made us to drink the wine of astonishment.
He made us drink the what?
Wine of astonishment.
The wine of astonishment. The cup of adversity. Let's get it.
Isaiah chapter 6, verses 9 and 10. That's Isaiah chapter 6, verses 9 and 10. Con, when everyone's there. Verse 9. Isaiah chapter 6, verse 9 reads, And he said, Go and tell this people, hear ye indeed, but understand not, and see ye indeed, but perceive not.
We should grope in noonday as in darkness. We should see and see not. Read.
Hear ye indeed, but understand not, and see ye indeed, but perceive not. Make the heart of this people fat, and make their ears heavy, and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and understand with their heart, and convert and be healed.
And convert. Come back to their God and be healed. We said, no, they're stiff-necked, rebellious people, a foolish nation. Shut their eyes, close their ears. They will grope in noonday as the blind grope in darkness. Read.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 30.
We will see not what we stumble at.
Deuteronomy chapter 38.
And we stumble in there
Salakia,
every Sunday.
28.
And we go grope in there every Sunday.
Deuteronomy 28 verse 30 reads, Thou shalt betroth a wife. Another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build an house, and thou shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not gather the grapes thereof.
Who owns all the vineyards? I love some wine, but Snoop Dogg, he got wine, but he don't own the vineyard. He get a small percentage. It ain't his. They're using his name and face. We all thought that Ciroc was owned by Puffy, right? He didn't own that. Who owned the vineyards? Who used to own? Who inherited vineyards out of yards? Israel. Olive oil, pure olive oil. Who planted houses? Who had children but would not enjoy them?
That's us.
Oh, that's the H cost. My man was talking about. I guess in the H cost they had children and didn't get a chance to enjoy them. No, do your research, huh? 4 years the last with the war. Yeah, the war lasted about 4 years, and they separated the families, the husband from the men from the women, and they took them over here and sanitized them and sent them off in trains and buses to serve in the army, or to what do we call it, like to make stuff in little factories and stuff. Nobody seen nobody get unalive. When they interview them, they only heard things. They never saw anyone get unalive. They was told that people was getting unalive. We was told that they was incinerated in the oven. Like right now, if you go get some donuts or you go to a bakery, the oven can't incinerate nothing. You get crispy, but you ain't gonna be incinerated, cremated. Now today they got some technology that lead dust. Back then they didn't have all that. But I'm just saying, that event, a so-called event, is not what we're reading. This is for thousands of years. It had not ceased with a particular people called Hebrew Israelites. Let's get it.
Jeremiah chapter 8, verses 10 through 13. Jeremiah chapter 8, verses 10 through 13. Con, when everyone's there. Verse 10 reads.
At this scripture, we're going to have our short intermission.
Con. Verse 10 in Jeremiah chapter 8. Therefore will I give their wives unto others, and their fields to them that shall inherit them.
How did our wives become another? How did our wives become the wife of another? Who? Microphone, somebody?
Slavery?
Slavery, captivity, or the edge of the sword.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, they took the wives and did what they wanted to. The women, they did what they wanted to with women when they seized us. Read.
Therefore will I give their wives unto others, and their fields to them that shall inherit them. For every one from the least even unto the greatest is given to covetousness. From the prophet even unto the priest, every one dealeth falsely.
See? He removed his hedge, his protection, and allowed Satan to have his go at us. Have his go at us. He couldn't wait. With that, we're going to take a small intermission break. 13? I'm sorry.
For they have healed the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly, saying, Peace, peace, when there is no peace. Were they ashamed when they had committed abomination? Nay, they were not at all ashamed, neither could they blush. Therefore shall they fall among them that fall. In the time of their visitation they shall be cast down, says the Most High.
Okay.
I will surely consume them, says Ahayah. There shall be no grapes on the vine, nor figs on the fig tree, and the leaf shall fade, and the things that I have given them shall pass away from them.
Have they not? A people of abundance became a people of nothing. Nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. With that, we're going to break.
My soul cries for my people, yeah, you Hebrews. Forgive them, Father, they know not what they do. They have a zeal for you, but not according to truth. What's right in every man's eyes, what they do. Groping at noonday as the blind grope in darkness. Rejected your light, immeasurable is our darkness. Our children's heartless, love of many has waxed cold. No love for themselves or respect for the old. You foretold, curses for a wonder and a sign. And the blind leading the blind to all Israel a ditch. More like a valley. Brenda has had many babies. These curses hug us. Sins come to head, it's about to bust. We put our trust in the creation, not the creator. Which one is greater? The creation or the creator? Blood touches blood, and every man covers his neighbor. No natural affection. Headstrong and truce breakers. Hate us of good, but show a form of godliness. Worship with their lips, but to your power won't submit. Rebellious people, stiff neck, reject your law. Children that lie, for Israel my soul cries.
All my people, can you hear my soul cry? Israel, I'm singing out to you. Can you hear my soul cry? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Is Israel a servant or a homeward slave? Why is he spoiled? Why won't he live and follow your ways? Sins like a drug. Satan's wine is so addictive, whole nation addicted. Oh my people, we gotta kick this. Gave us positions, but to your counsel they won't listen. Teach us to see, and our sins do not see, is what they say. Get the Holy One of Israel out of our way. Prophesy smooth things, right things do not teach. They speak. Vanity, everyone with his neighbor, with flattering lips and a double heart, they do speak. Who say, with their tongues they should prevail. Their lips are their own. Who is Lord over us? Pride is before destruction. They speak proud things. Who can stand before you? Survive what your wrath brings. For my people I pray, they will see with their eye. For my people Israel, my soul cries.
All my people, can you hear my soul cry? Israel, I'm singing out to you. Can you hear my soul cry?
Let's open this Bible. Isaiah chapter 30, starting at verse 9. This is a rebellious people, lying children. Children that would not hear the law of Ahayah. Would say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things. Speak unto us smooth things. Prophesy deceits. Get you out of the way. Turn aside of the path. Cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us. Going up to verse 2. That walk to go down into Egypt, and have not asked at my mouth, to strengthen themselves in the strength of Pharaoh, and to trust in the shadow of Egypt. Therefore should the strength of Pharaoh be your shame, and the trust in the shadow of Egypt your confusion. Verse 5. They are all ashamed of a people that could not profit them, nor be in help nor profit, but a shame and also a reproach. You'll stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Nation conspired together, keep us from seeing who we are in the scriptures. We come with a promise. We ain't obedient to our God, we'll be a curse. In the wilderness, our fathers made a covenant. Promise our God that they'll keep his commandments. Or suffer the consequence of the curses being blotted out. How 400 years of oppression was brought about. Global conspiracy consented to a crafty council on how to dismantle the children of Israel. Take over our churches, keep us in captivity. Divided us a nation, took our identity. Ever wonder why history started with slavery? Psychological magic, call it history. Shadow slavery brought about many miseries. The Willie Lynch letter executed to the T. The children of Israel no longer in our memory. not what disobedience brings. He promised to bless us if we kept his commandments. We are suffering the curses of disobedience. These pastors are famished, all they teach is nonsense. And tell by their fruit that they are of no profit. It's written in the prophets, the book will be sealed to them. The blind leading the blind and all who flock to them. Pulling on your heartstrings, playing with your emotions. Pipping from the pulpit, the spirit of hypnosis. Motivational speakers, very charismatic. 2-hour sermons in the Bible won't even grab it. This is madness, it's written woe to you pastors who won't teach this law, nor his commandments. A fantastic job for the slave masters. No more whips and chains, let you have at it.
Israel, we must wake up. Israel, we must wake up. Israel, we must wake up. Israel, we must wake up.
The prophet Balaam said attack from within. Only way to defeat him is to give him a sin. When we reject his laws, he withdraws protection. The war tactic was hailed by every nation. Babylonian worship, paganism. The same gods we fell to way back then. They replaced our holy days and gave us Christmas. Serving gods of the Gentiles, we're gonna miss. Moses said that we forsake his laws and serve the nations. Ahayah will reject us and put us in this situation. Sold into slavery on this planet plantation. Only oppressed and spoiled. It's time for us to face it. That Christianity, that strange doctrine of the devil. It's confusion, source you on its highest level. To you Muslims, you're in the same situation. Farrakhan's been used to destroy our nation. Trying to tell you, Yasha's coming. 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 He ain't coming through the back door, no, he's cracking the sky. Whole world should sin no more, all sinners must die. Told you this Bible was for real, but you thought it's a play. Any person or kingdom won't serve or slay. Pitch dark at noonday, walking out like in this day. As one escaped from a lion, was met by a bear. Or he escaped into his house, leaned his hands on the wall. Soon he thought he was free, was bit by a snake. The day of the Messiah is darkness, no light in it. Extreme darkness, no brightness. A day of vengeance for the righteous. He promised that he will come to redeem his people, reconcile us to the highest. He's come to destroy these kingdoms. Woe to the tabernacle of Edom. You forsook the brotherly covenant. The pride of your heart deceived you. Exalt yourself as the eagle, whose habitations are on high. The greater they are, the harder the fall. You set your nest amongst the stars. Trying to tell you, Yasha's coming. 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 For the violence against your brother Jacob, he's coming to recompense. When the strangers carried his captives away, you enter into his fence. Cast lots on land Jerusalem, even claimed to be his people. Laid your hands on our substance, defiled our land with your evil. This day is upon you, heathen. as you done to our people. In return to your own head, you would drink the cup of your evil. Deliverance come from Mount Zion. Yahshua will deliver our people. He would give us our inheritance. You heathen would be our possession. They would stand and feed our flocks. Handmaids and handmaids. Every Jew upon his own tree, living in peace in the shade. Now I gave the good news first. Say the words for last. Everything that's written must come to pass. It's to the Jew first with the blessings, to the Jew first with destruction. He promised to recompense evil, cause we as people, we thought he wasn't. He would clean his floor and start with his own sanctuary. Entrusted us with his laws, commanded us to be obedient. To whom much is given, much is required. Paradise to the obedient, hellfire for the rebel. Trying to tell you, Yahshua's coming. 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 Let's open this Bible. Matthew chapter 3, starting at verse 7. But when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees coming to his baptism, he said unto them, O generation of vipers, who have warned you to flee from the wrath to come. Bring forth therefore fruit meet for repentance, and think not to say within yourselves, we have Abraham to our father. For I say unto you, that Ahayah is able of these stones to raise up children unto Abraham. And now also the axe is laid unto the root of the trees. Therefore every tree which bringeth forth not good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance, but he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He should baptize you with the Holy Spirit and with fire, whose fan is in his hand. And he would thoroughly purge his floor and gather his wheat into the garner, but he would burn up the chaff with unquenchable fire.
We're back, my people. We're going to resume right now. Deuteronomy 28, verse 31, 35.
Come. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 31 through 35. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 31 through 35. Verse 31 reads, Thine ox shall be slain before thine eyes, and thou shalt not eat thereof. Thine ass shall be violently taken away from before thy face, and shall not be restored to thee. Thy sheep shall be given unto thine enemies, and thou shalt have none to rescue them.
So our oxen and oxen, like, for example, our tractors.
Gone.
Yep. Our companies will be taken from us. They will take over. Who has the farmland now? The ox was like the tractor.
Gone.
It was the original tractor, right?
Yep.
The sheep was what? Was they? Yeah. The clothing, what else? These are businesses. Clothing, food, all that.
Yep. Gone.
Our businesses, our inventions will all be violently taken away from us, and no one to give them back to us. Everything that these people have was taken violently from us by them. They didn't peacefully come over and take nothing. They violently took it. Even to today, no matter who invented it, they still put their name on it. As if they did something. But it'd be violently taken from us. Let's get it.
Verse 32. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thy hand.
So let me ask you a question. Someone brought up slavery. In the so-called H costs, who were they given to? Who are they given to? Who are their children go and serve? in the so-called H cars. Your eyes would look. You had no might in your hand. They'd be taken from you, sold to the such and such, sold to such and such, sold. We got a special on next Saturday. Sold to Mr., sold to Mr., sold to Mr. Your eyes belong for them. You had no power.
God.
Read.
Verse 33. The fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up, and thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed always, so that thou shalt be mad for the sight of thine eyes which thou shalt see.
Some of us still get mad watching the so-called slavery movie.
God.
Let's get it.
Verse 35. The Most High shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs with a sore botch that cannot be healed, from the sole of thy foot unto the top of thy head. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 6. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 6. Come when everyone's there. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 6.
Remember, he's talking as a nation, not as individuals. Read.
From the sole of the foot even unto the head there is no soundness in it, but wounds and bruises and putrefying sores. They have not been closed, neither bound up, neither mollified with ointment.
We are a spiritually diseased people. We're forsaking our God. Remember he said, convert and he heal us. No one else can heal us but him. Read. Next precept.
Isaiah chapter 3, verses 16 through 26.
Uh-oh, be easy now. Is this, uh-oh. This the one. $1 trillion industry.
Isaiah chapter 3, verses 16 through 26.
Let me ask y'all, are the ish women these women? Let's get it. Let's
Moreover, the Most High saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty, and walk with stretched forth necks, and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet. Therefore the...
Do you see the ish women doing that? Or our women? Haughty. Read.
Verse 17, therefore the Most High will smite with the scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion.
He's not, who?
The Most High will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion. And the Most High will discover their secret parts. And in that day, the Most High will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments.
He will smite with a scab. The top of their head. Used to have hair that come down to cover up their private parts. Now we're spending $2,000, $700, $300, $1,000 to wear somebody else's hair. Are the Jewish women around here the number one consumers of wigs? Were they struck with a scab baldness?
Not the course.
Who that?
Said, no, not this curse.
Who was the number one consumers of buying wigs? I was talking about the woman, Kendra G. She came in and said she paid $2 for the wigs, $700 for the eyelashes. Dang. That's an expensive costume.
Did she get that from Rapunzel or something? Dang.
No. She had some bread. Like she started as a radio host. When she had a natural face, I'll give her 3.5 for. Get changed back. Yeah, that was 20 years ago. She about two now. About that picture. But that's $2,000. What Jewish woman spending $2,000 for a wig when they on here? So not just the men. He put a curse on the women for their haughtiness. Walk around, the harlot walk. That's a good one. See, I'm on the roll. Huh? Let's get it.
Verse 17, therefore the Most High will smite with the scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Most High will discover their secret parts. In that day, the Most High will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet, and their cauls, and their round tires like the moon, the chains and the bracelets, and the mufflers, the bonnets and the ornaments of the legs, and the headbands, and the tablets, and the earrings.
All that outwardly apparel to beautify themselves, yes. Huh? We'll get it. Let's get it.
21. The rings and nose jewels, the changeable suits of apparel, and the mantles, and the wimples, and the crisping pins, the glasses, and the fine linen, the hoods, and the veils. 24. And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell, there shall be stink.
So, y'all know what that is, right? Men don't go through that. No, we don't. No, we don't. That's your thing. I'm wrong?
No, she's silly down there.
So at one time, it wasn't like it is right now.
They deflected.
They do what?
Deflected.
Deflected.
Back.
So it was like necklaces. Okay.
Verse 24. And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell, there shall be stink. And instead of a girdle, a rent.
So at one time, we have children, and it wouldn't affect your shape. It's all a manner of sin. He done rent y'all girdle, Hey, gave you a bow, gave you a scab, ripped your girdle, gave you a stench. So I advise y'all to change, be converted, and he heal you. Yes, sister, you're out of.
No, it's funny, but it is a true thing. Me and Tara was talking today about I had to cut all my hair off last year after having a baby. They call it postpartum hair loss. It really, after having a kid, your hair really will, just start falling out. You'll think something wrong with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I always say, you look in the hood, the most baddest little girls are the bald head ones. I ain't lying. Am I lying? You was bald head as a little girl. You was bad. I heard all the stories. Mama told me already. I know all the stories. You had a little ponytail. You about that big.
With the little scrunchie on it.
Let's get it.
Middle of verse 24, Isaiah chapter 3, verse 24. And instead of a girdle, a rent. And instead of well set hair, baldness.
Who?
Instead of well set hair, baldness.
So who would need? So I said the nations would use us, right? So the nations have made $1 trillion industry off supplying these women with wigs. No other nation is consuming wigs like us. So again, how can them Ish people be God's people? See, this is like you said, for wonder and sign. This is evident who his people are. Read.
And instead of a stomacher, a girding of sackcloth, and burning instead of beauty. Thy men shall fall by the sword.
Are we still not dying by the sword? Y'all going through, and the men are going through what we're going through. We're still dying by the sword daily. Now it's like it's a great thing today to be a killer. Man. Yes. You ain't a man if you ain't got bodies these days.
Just real quick, I saw a video like about a week or two ago, and it was a young guy, and he was like taking pictures on the internet with his, tool and all that. And then the same day, like he's gonna go do something to somebody, and then somebody recorded him on the ground, eye gone, just like gone. And yep, and it's sad, but like it says, we'd be like food for the birds of the air and stuff, and we our young men and our people are dying like roadkill. Like the other nations, you don't see that. Like bodies on the ground, just gone, decayed. Like we're the only people that's happening to.
The Ish people got to make up stories to get some drama going on, and their community, somebody got to paint someone. They got to go around and paint someone on the house to start like it's some drama going on. Ain't nobody think about them people. But also, another prophecy is blood will touch blood. Blood, our own blood is killing each other. Read.
Thy man shall fall by the sword, and thy mighty in the war. And her gates shall lament and mourn, and she being desolate shall sit upon the ground.
Next precept.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 36 through 40. Deuteronomy 28, verses 36 through 40. Also, we have no, like, as a people, like, our empathy for when those type of things go down, the first thing we do is pull out a phone, not even thinking of, like, the family may see it, and, they first finding out that somebody is gone is because somebody live. Check on your people wasn't showing their face. It's actually crazy.
Well, you want to bring some out? Do you want to bring some out?
Oh, yeah. I was just mentioning that I'm thankful for today's lesson, and we're not even through with it because, like, I wouldn't have actually just sat down and thought about how far we actually have fallen. Just thinking of how we are programmed as young, like me going into sports as a young man, that like that's the way to make it out, or this is, and when you get this to this certain point, like, oh, you made it, you doing something, and just thinking of how far we have fallen, like it's talking about giving our vineyards and things away to other people. If we sit and think about like Napa Valley, how many acres and stuff that is, if as a nation those are the type of things that we inherited, that's something to be not even to boast about, but like we had those things. Now we get crumbs of it and we think that we're doing something. So like just how far we actually have came from the heritage that was supposed to be handed down from us from generation to generation, and to now to get handed a little bit of you can pull a seat up at the table, but you got to bring the table too, and we boasting about that, and we shouldn't boast about any of it because of how far we failed. That's what I was bringing out.
So we had that, and now we have nothing. And we boast about a crumb. A grape over a whole vineyard. You get 3% of this alcohol business if we doing something.
Mm-hmm.
But let's get it.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 36 through 40. Oh, and also like, and us, the few that do make it to a level like where we claim that, oh, this person's successful because of riches and things like that. That's still not the nation. Like, and the book is talking about the nation, not individually. So that's the nation. So we fell off. Like we have 1, 2, or 20, 100 people, but this book is talking about a nation of blessings that we would have
all
inherited.
12 tribes. See, not 100 people out of millions.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get it.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 36. The Most High shall bring thee, and thy king which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone. And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, whither the Most High shall lead thee.
Now the guy said that, he said that it was a phenomenon. We're a phenomenon and astonishment to these people. A byword would be called by other names other than the children of Israel. At this time, our kings were taking over to Babylon. But later we're going to get into the fulfillment of the prophecy in 68. We're traveling ships. They didn't travel in ships. They was carried away. Okay? Let's go. But it says we go to these land of captivity and serve their gods, other gods. Yes, brother.
It just dawned on me that's probably where they get when they say they call me everything but a child of God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Everything but a child of God. Hey, but check it out though, right? So it's showing that his people be taken off his land and going to the land of captivity and not serve him but serve other gods. So it lines up perfectly with Psalm 683 verse 12. They would take over the houses and they would serve their gods. They would teach us their doctrines about their gods. They would give us their pagan holidays. They would make us worthless to our God. So we must understand this is why another reason they want us to know who we are, because now if we tie in, we see what religion we was in is wrong. We're over here in the land. He said we would not serve him, we serve other gods. So it does not matter how long our parents or grandparents been in church, they were serving other gods according to prophecy. So we can read the scriptures and see the kings at that time been taken over to Babylon. What king of Edom was taken over to Babylon and served Nebuchadnezzar? What Edomite king was taken over to Babylon and served Nebuchadnezzar? Not one. Let's precept.
Verse 38, Deuteronomy chapter 28. Thou shalt carry much seed out into the field, and shalt gather but little in, for the locust shall consume it. Thou shalt plant vineyards.
It's not talking about locusts, it's talking about Gentiles. Read.
Thou shalt plant vineyards, and dress them, but shalt neither drink of the wine, nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them. Thou shalt have olive trees throughout all thy coasts, but thou shalt not anoint thyself with the oil, for thine olive shall cast his fruit.
Where we going?
Haggai chapter 1, verse 6. Haggai chapter 1, verse 6. When everyone's there. Haggai chapter 1, verse 6 reads, Ye have sown much, and bring in little. Ye eat, but ye have not enough. Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink. Ye clothe you, but there is none warm. And he that earneth wages to put it into a bag with holes.
Who's doing that? Working 2 and 3 jobs and his bag still got a hole in it.
Paycheck.
It just won't add up. You just can't save. You put in much work, but you could never get ahead. Is that the Jewish people? I'm sorry. Is that the Ish people? They're gonna take us down for me saying that little word. But let's go.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 41 through 46.
I got it.
When everyone's there, Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 41 through 46.
So my people who's watching us, I pray you're still with us and you're comparing the facts. Okay? Comparing, is God talking about us or them? Verse 41 says, Thou shalt begat sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they should go into captivity. What captivity did they go into? We've been in captivity for thousands of years. We have not been set free. This is a plantation today. All thy trees and fruits of thy land shall the locusts consume. Let's see who the locust is. The stranger, the Gentile.
Con.
That is within thee should get up above thee very high. Now again, pastors, how are we the Gentiles? When did we get up very high? You can't even remember. All you've been taught is chattel slavery. And we was very low then. When did we get up very high? What part of history have y'all taught? Can you go back and see outside this Bible? This is the only book that tells our true history. There's not another book on the earth like it. The stranger that is Gentile, that is the non-Israelite that is within thee, that's around you, should get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. So again, when I ask, how are we the Gentiles? When I look around, we the bottom, we the underneath the foot, so low. How are we Gentiles? I'm just saying. He should lend to thee, and thou should not lend to him. He should be the head, and thou should be the tail. So why would they teach you the truth? Why would your slave masters, why would the owner of these corporations who have built their corporations off the backs of our fathers tell you the Bible is talking about you? Now we see why it don't matter. They want us to believe it don't matter. They want us to believe our laws are done away with. They want us to believe that we can be abominable and it's okay with our God. It says our God is still angry today at us. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee and shall pursue thee and overtake thee till thou be destroyed. When you say destroyed, it means lose oneself. Lose oneself. Lose your identity. In this sense. Because thou, let's see if it mattered. All these curses will overtake us. Why? Because thou hearken not into the voice of Ahayah thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded thee. What's that saying in the Bible? Let God be what?
True.
Amen or what?
Liar.
Man say it don't matter. They done away with it. What the Most High say? Because we did not keep his laws, all these curses have overtaken us. And they should be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. That's why I say for 1,000 years we've been going through these curses. No other nation. We would teach our children sin, and say us pass down our heritage. We're passing down sin to our children.
Ezekiel chapter 23, verses 32 and 33. Ezekiel chapter 23, verses 32 and 33. Con, when everyone's there. Con.
Thus says Ahayah, thou shalt drink of thy sister's cup. What? Oh, okay. Thou shalt drink of thy sister's cup, deep and large. Thou shalt be laughed to scorn, and had in derision. It containeth much. Who is the sister? Who is the sister? Yes.
Northern Kingdom.
The Northern Kingdom. There we go. They were in captivity under the Assyrians' authority. You're going to drink the cup. You're going into captivity. The cup is what you got to go through. Israel. Judah and Jerusalem in the prophets is referred to as the southern kingdom. Israel is referred to as the northern kingdom. Samaria is referred to as the northern kingdom. You're talking about something different. Okay.
33.
Thou shalt be filled with drunkenness and sorrow, with the cup of astonishment and desolation, with the cup of thy sister Samaria, the northern kingdom. Next precept.
1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 11. 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 11.
It should be for a sign and wonder, right?
Con, when everyone's there. Con. Yep, 10, 11.
Now all these things happen unto them for examples, and they are written for our admonishing, warning, upon whom the ends of the world are come. It should be for a sign and a wonder. It should be apparent that we are the people who are going through these things. The Most High wrote them down to warn us not to be like our rebellious forefathers. So we are consider the days of old. Get a thorough understanding why we are going through what we are going through. Our people are still blaming the white man. They think it's the white man. No. We forsook our God and we are here sinning. Next precept.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 47 through 68. Deuteronomy chapter 28, 47 through 68. Con, when everyone's there. Con.
Because thou servest not Ahayah thy God. See, this is why we suffer. It's not because of the white man.
Con.
Because thou servest not Ahayah thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart. For the abundance of all things, that we serve him with gladness of heart and sincerity and truth, we'll have the abundance of all things. We have been bamboozled, my people. Therefore, shalt thou serve thy enemies, which Ahayah shall sin against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. That's where I go to everybody who don't want to follow the laws of the land. The Most High said we will serve our enemies in want of all things, not some things. We have to go to them for everything, food, water, everything, clothing. And he should put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he has destroyed thee. Last time we went on a lesson like this, I asked people to Google yoke of iron and see who got the yoke of iron on their neck. It's people or your people. Google it. Yoke of iron. Thousands of pictures of your people with a yoke of iron around their neck. Where we at?
40.
How far I'm going?
The whole thing,
Okay,
68.
49. Ahayah should bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. Now he's giving us a clue. Who's the eagle? Who's the eagle?
The home of the brave.
Right? A nation whose tongue thou should not understand. Even today, they have a language that we don't understand. Look up a contract. Look up a contract. I guarantee you, look on your phone contract. When they have an update, look up, tell me if you understand what you're reading. So say the microphone, please. You got to pay people to interpret their speech.
They call it legal lease.
See that? You have to pay people to interpret their speech. Every word means something. Okay? 50. A nation of fierce countenance, which should not regard the persons of old, nor show favor to the young. So again, do you see how cunning these people are? They have made us believe they're for us. The Most High, this is why it's so important to come back into the understanding of who we are as a people. I read this and I understand. When I first read this and with the Hebrew perspective, my whole life made sense. I was no longer angry at white people, none of that. I considered the sins of my fathers and my own. I mean, it went away. It made my life made sense. Everything that I thought, this is why. This is what the Jehovah's Witnesses could not tell me when I asked them, where are these people? It's real. So he's telling us what we up against. These people are furious. They don't care about you, the old man, the suckling child, none of that. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Who on earth hate them like that? They getting billions of dollars a year sent to them. What we getting? Snap. I'm just saying. It might be gone. He should eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land until thou be destroyed. So I'm just saying, who's doing that to them? Who has done that to them? They are the most prosperous people on the face of the earth. Which also shall not leave thee either corn, wine, or oil, or incense of thy kind, or flocks of thy sheep, until thou hast been destroyed. They have all that. Who's taking it from them? No one. Oh, stop. Okay. 70 AD, in the siege, when the Romans came in, it happened at this time, happened when they came in 70 AD and besieged Jerusalem. Our people ate their own children. Yeah, that's when the Romans took down. Yeah, Jerusalem.
Yeah, it should be back up. It said
It's back up?
it's going. Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
When it's time, the mothers and the fathers was fighting amongst themselves who would eat the children. They were eating half and putting the other half up for later. They was fighting amongst oh yeah, it was real. It's in strength, like it's war. Ain't you ain't going get no food. It's the siege. You're trapped. They surrounded us. Starved us out. Where you gonna get some food from? This is real. Okay? It says 55. So that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he should eat, because he have nothing left. Because he have nothing left. It stopped again?
No, it's
Okay. Him in the siege and in the straitness wherewith thy enemies shall distress thee in all thy gates, and the tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground, for delicateness and tenderness, her eyes should be evil towards her husband, the husband of her bosom, and towards her son, and towards her daughter, and towards her young one that cometh out of from between her feet, and towards her children which she should bear, for she should eat them for want of all things secretly in the siege and straitness, wherewith thy enemies should distress thee in thy gates. If thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear this glorious and fearful name, Ahayah, thy God. Tell me it don't matter. me. 62. And you should be left few in number, whereas ye were as the stars of heaven for multitude, because thou wouldst not obey the voice of Ahayah thy God. And it shall come to pass that as the Most High rejoice over you to do you good and to multiply you, so Ahayah will rejoice over you to destroy you and to bring you to naught. And ye should be plucked from off the land, whether thou goest to possess it. And Ahayah shall scatter thee among all people, from one end of the earth even unto the other, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. And among these nations shalt thou find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest. But Ahayah shall give thee there a trembling heart. Do we not fear these nations? And failing of eyes and sorrow of mind. And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shalt have none assurance of thy life. Who is that? They over there, insecurity. We have no assurance of our life. We're the only people who got to teach our child how to operate if they get pulled over. Only people that's afraid to let our children go outside and play. We have no rest. We face danger on every side, even from within. They're not going through these curses, my people. They are not the people. Now, I know this video is going to be taken down, but hey, I pray you get it right now. I wish we could have recorded this, you know. They're going to remove it. Yeah. Let me finish it real quick before it stop again. It just stopped again. Say that. They're not scattered among all people. We are. When I fly to somewhere else, go to another country somewhere, I don't see them. I see us. And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shalt have no assurance of thy life. In the morning thou wilt say, with God, it was evening, or even thou should say with God, it was morning, like, man, huh? Get it over with. You can't escape it. For the fear of thy heart within, wherewith thou should fear, and for the sight of thy eyes which thou should see. And Ahayah shall bring thee into Egypt again, into slavery, captivity again, by way thereof I spake unto thee. Let me read again. And Ahayah shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. From Israel, you can walk. Christ don't walk over to Egypt. They had to take no ship. You can't. Same land. But we'll go over to captivity. The southern kingdom will go over to captivity after the Roman persecution in 70 AD. And we fled to Western Africa, fulfilling prophecy, where we had rest for a minute. But we went over there and started sinning again, and we fulfilled this prophecy, coming over my people on the translated slave ships, whether you believe it or not. Okay? Come on, this is Africa. Well, who are people over there that are Africans? In the same land they was at when we was over there. Did they transport all them over there too? With animals? Okay. And Ahayah will bring thee into captivity again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. He said that what? We was drink the cup of our sister, Samaria, the northern kingdom. Right? By way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. This is our last time in slavery, my people. And our kingdom comes. And there ye should be sold to your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen who have been sold for bondmen and bondwomen. The H cost is not this. We are the descendants of people off them slave ships. And no man should buy you. In the law, a brother could redeem you. A kinman could redeem you from your servitude. A kinsman is about to. A brother is about to redeem us. That's what the Messiah is coming back for. Next precept.
Hosea chapter 9, verse 3.
See what Egypt means.
Hosea chapter 9, verse 3. Con, when everyone's there.
They should not dwell in the highest land, Jerusalem. But Ephraim, the northern kingdom, shall return to Egypt. Captivity. They went first. He said that he would not kick the southern kingdom land of captivity. Next precept. We're going to go to
Baruch.
Baruch. In the Apocrypha.
Chapter 1, verse 13. To chapter 2, verse 35.
Yep.
Last three precepts.
No, we're going to read two of them. I read chapter 3, verse 12 already. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's same order.
You read in the middle. You read.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. Where we at? 113?
Yep.
So, yeah, here's a prayer that Baruch prayed to the Most High for his people and himself. Baruch chapter 1 in the Apocrypha.
Verse 13.
Verse 13. Mm-hmm. You ready?
No, we're going to go through 235.
Yeah. This is something we read this a few times. We're supposed to go over this through the holy days. Count when everyone's there. You there? He ain't got in the pocket for
This one right here.
Kristen. She got one. Pray for us also. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Look at Azariah now. Baruch chapter 1, starting at verse 13. Pray for us also unto Ahayah our God. For we have sinned. See, these are the people who know who they are and why it's going on. Baruch is one of the righteous. Baruch used to be a scribe for the prophet Jeremiah. Pray for us also unto Ahayah our God, for we have sinned against Ahayah our God. And unto this day the fury of Ahayah and his wrath is not turned from us. And ye shall read this book which we have sent unto you, to make confession in the house of our God, upon the feasts and solemn days. And ye should say, to Ahayah our God belongeth righteousness, but unto us the confusion of faces, as it has come to pass this day, unto them of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the southern kingdom, and to our kings, and to our princes, and to our priests, and to our prophets, and to our fathers. We have sinned before Ahayah, and disobeyed him, and have not hearkened unto the voice of Ahayah our God, to walk in his commandments, that he gave us openly, since the day that Ahayah brought our forefathers out of the land of Egypt. How long we been in captivity suffering for? Until this present day, we have been disobedient unto Ahayah our God. And we have been negligent in not hearing his voice. Wherefore the evils cleave unto us, and the curse, which Ahayah appointed by Moses his servant at the time that he brought our fathers out of the land of Egypt, to give us a land that floweth with milk and honey, like as it is to see this day. Nevertheless, we have not hearkened to the voice of Ahayah our God, according unto all the words of the prophets, whom he sent unto us. But every man followed the imagination of his own what? Wicked heart, to serve strange gods, and to do evil in the sight of Ahayah our God. Therefore, Ahayah has made good his word. He kept his word. We suffer these curses. which he pronounced against us, and against our judges that judge Israel, and against our kings, and against our princes, and against the men of Israel and Judah, to bring upon us great plagues, such as never happened under the whole heaven, as it come to pass in Jerusalem, according to the things that were written in the law of Moses, that a man should eat the flesh of his own son, and the flesh of his own daughter. Moreover, he has delivered them to be in subjection to all the kingdoms that are round about us, to be a reproach and a desolation among all the people round about, where Ahayah has scattered them. Thus we are cast down and not exalted, because we have sinned against Ahayah our God, and have not been obedient to his voice. To Ahayah our God appertaineth righteousness, but unto us and to our fathers open shame, and appears this day. For all these plagues are come upon us, which Ahayah have pronounced against us. Yet have we not prayed before Ahayah, that we might turn every one from the imagination of his wicked heart. Wherefore Ahayah watched over us for evil, and Ahayah has brought it upon us. For Ahayah is righteous in all his works which he hath commanded us. Yet we have not hearkened unto his voice, to walk in the commandments of Ahayah, that he hath set before us. And now, O Ahayah, the God of Israel, that has brought thy people out of the land of Egypt with a mighty hand, and high arm, and with signs, and with wonders, and with great power, and has gotten thyself a name, as appears this day. O Ahayah, our God, we have sinned, we have done ungodly, we have dealt unrighteously in all thy ordinances. Let thy wrath turn from us, for we are but a few left among the heathen, where thou hast scattered us. Hear our prayers, O Ahayah, and our petition, and deliver us for thy own sake, and give us favor in the sight of them which have led us away, that all the earth may know that thou art Ahayah, our God, but Israel and his prosperity is called by thy name. O Ahayah, look down from thy holy house, and consider us. Bow down thy ear, O Ahayah, to hear us. Open thy eyes, and behold, for the dead that are in the graves, whose souls are taken from their bodies, will give unto Ahayah neither praise nor righteousness. But the souls that are greatly vexed, which goeth stooping and feeble, and the eyes that fail, and the hungry soul, will give thee praise and righteousness, O Ahayah. Therefore we do not make our humble supplication before thee, O Ahayah, our God, for the righteousness of our fathers and of our kings. For thou hast sent out thy wrath and indignation upon us, as thou hast spoken by the servants, the prophets, saying, Thus says Ahayah, bow down thy shoulders to serve the king of Babylon. So shall ye remain in the land that I give unto your fathers. But if ye will not hear the voice of Ahayah to serve the king of Babylon, I will cause to cease out of the cities of Judah, and from without Jerusalem the voice of mirth, and the voice of joy, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, and the whole land shall be desolate of inhabitants. But we will not hearken unto thy voice, to serve the king of Babylon. Therefore hast thou made good the words that thou spake by the servants the prophets, namely, that the bones of our kings and the bones of our fathers should be taken out of their places. And lo, they are cast out to the heat of the day, and to the frost of the night, and they died in great miseries by famine and by sword and by pestilence. And the house which is called by thy name hast thou laid waste, as it is to be seen this day, for the wickedness of the house of Israel and the house of Judah. O Ahayah, our God, thou hast dealt with us after all thy goodness, and according to all that great mercy of thine, as thou spake it by the servant Moses in the day when thou did command him to write thy law before the children of Israel, saying, If ye would not hear my voice, surely this very great multitude should be turned into a small number among the nations, where I would scatter them. For I knew that they would not hear me, because it is a stiff-necked people. But in the land of their captivities, they shall remember themselves, and shall know that I am Ahayah their God. For I will give them a heart and ears to hear, and they shall praise me in the land of their captivities. We are fulfilling prophecy right now. I got chills in my body on that one. And think upon my name, and return from their stiff neck, and from their wicked deeds. For they shall remember the way of their fathers, which sinned before Ahayah. How remember if it would have been taught in these harlot houses? They are not his servants. His servants have brought the captivity back through the spirit of him. That's why we understand why we're suffering. We're reading it as a memorial this day. It's not the white man. It's our fathers. It's our parents. We continually go in these churches and we are being deceived. My people, this is not the ish people is talking about. It is us. Thousands of years we've been suffering as a people, my people. They broke us up for being a nation. And listen. 31?
34.
34. And I will bring them again into the land which I promised them with an oath unto their fathers. I spoke about the Jehovah's Witnesses. It's not talking about Jehovah's Witnesses. It's not talking about Christians. It's not talking about Muslims. It's talking about the chosen people of God, the children of Israel, us. He ain't saying we're going to heaven. He will bring us back into the land that he promised our fathers. Who are our fathers? I'm going to read 33 again. No, 34 again. I will bring them again into the land which I promised with the oath. He swore to himself. Because there was no one higher than him. And to their fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. His people do not come from Jacob. We do. Jacob is the promised seed. And they should be lords of it. And I will increase them, and they should not be diminished. And I'll make an everlasting covenant with them to be their God. By who? Yasha, our Messiah, our King, our big brother, who is about to redeem us. And I will make an everlasting covenant with them, not the Christian church, with Israel, to be their God, and they should be my people. And I will no more drive my people of Israel out of the land that I have given them. Has it happened yet? No. This is the last days. This prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Baruch chapter 3, verses 5 through 13.
Remember not the iniquities of our forefathers, but think upon thy power and thy name now at this time. For thou art Ahayah our God, and thee, O Ahayah, will we praise. For this cause thou hast put the fear in our hearts, put thy fear in our hearts, to the intent that we should call upon thy name. See, he don't have multiple names. He's, again, not the God or the author of confusion. His name, Ahayah. Not Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah, Yah. None of them gods. Ahayah. And praise thee in our captivity. Are we not fulfilling prophecy, my people? For we have called to mind all the iniquities of our forefathers that sinned before thee. He gave us the clear understanding. We know why we're in this situation. He's taught us. He has brought back, it's called bringing back the captivity of Jacob. He's taught us all things. So we know this is us. We're living it right, real life, real time, living it right now. Behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us for a reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payments according to all the iniquities of our fathers, which departed from Ahayah our God. Hear, Israel, the commandment of life, the commandments of life. Give ear to understanding wisdom. How far I'm going? 13. How happeneth, Israel, that thou art in thy enemy's land, that thou art waxing old in a strange country, that thou art defiled with the dead, that thou art counted with them that go down into the grave. Thou hast forsaken the fountain of wisdom. For if thou had walked in the way of God, thou should have dwelt in peace forever. None of this would have happened to us. Learn. What part one?
That was it, 13.
Next precept. Last precept. Baruch chapter 4.
Baruch chapter 4, verses 4 through 37. Last precept.
O Israel, happy are we, for things that are pleasing to God are made known unto us. Be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Israel. Ye were sold to the nations, not for your destruction, but because ye moved Ahayah to wrath. Ye were delivered into the enemies, for ye provoked him that made you, by sacrificing unto devils and not to God. Ye have forgotten the everlasting God that brought you up, and ye have grieved Jerusalem that nourished you. For when she saw the wrath of God coming upon you, she said, Hearken, O ye that dwelleth about Zion. Ahayah hath brought upon me great mourning. For I saw the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the everlasting brought upon them. With joy did I nourish them, but sent them away with weeping and mourning. Let no man rejoice over me, a widow and forsaken of many, who for the sins of my children am left desolate, because they departed from the law of God. They knew not his statutes, nor walked in the ways of his commandments, nor trod in the path of discipline in his righteousness. Let them that dwelleth about Zion come, and remember ye the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the everlasting had brought upon them. For he had brought a nation upon them from far, a shameless nation, and of a strange language, who neither reverence old men nor pity child. These have carried away their dear beloved children of the widow, and left her that was alone, desolate, without daughters. But what can I help you? For he that brought these plagues upon you will deliver you from the hands of your enemies. Go your way, O my children, go your way, for I am left desolate. I have put off the clothes of peace and put on the sackcloth of my prayer. Our land even prays for us. I will cry unto the everlasting in my days. Be of good cheer, O my children. Cry unto Ahayah, and he shall deliver you from the power and the hands of your enemies. For my hope is in the everlasting. He will save you, and joy is come upon me unto me from the Holy One, because of the mercy which shall soon come unto you from the everlasting, our Savior. For I sent you out with mourning and weeping, but God will give you to me again with joy and gladness forever. Like as now the neighbors of Zion have seen your captivity, so shall they see shortly the salvation from our God, which shall come upon you with great glory, and the brightness of the everlasting. My children, suffer patiently the wrath that is come upon you from your God. For thy enemies have persecuted thee, but shortly thou shalt see the destruction, his destruction, and shall tread upon his neck. My delicate ones have gone rough ways, and were taken away as a flock caught of the enemy. Be of good comfort, O my children, and cry unto Ahayah. Ye should be remembered of him that brought these things upon you. For as it was your mind to go astray from God, so being returned, seek him 10 times more. For he that have brought these plagues upon you shall joy again with your salvation. Take a good heart, O Jerusalem, O Israel, for he that gave thee that name will comfort thee. Miserable are they that afflict thee, and rejoice at thy fall. Miserable are the cities which thy children serve. Miserable is she that received thy sons. For as she rejoiced at thy ruin, and was glad of thy fall, so shall she be grieved for her own desolation. For I will take away the rejoicing of her great multitude, and her pride shall be turned into mourning. For fire shall come upon her from the everlasting, long to endure, and she shall be inhabited of devils for a great time. O Jerusalem, look about thee towards the east, and behold the joy that cometh upon thee from God. Lo, thy sons come, whom thou sent away. They come gathered together from the east to the west by the word of the Holy One, rejoicing in the glory of Ahayah. Kwam Yasha Allah.
Kwam Yasha Allah.
Kwam Yasha Allah.
Kwam Yasha Allah.
My people, I pray this lesson was edifying to you. If you have any shadow of doubt who are the people, who ain't the people, I pray for you. The Most High promised us glory in the end. The scriptures confirm it. Come back to his commandments. It's our culture. It's the only thing that will save our soul, and the Most High will reward us in the end, in our kingdom, an everlasting kingdom, headed and led by the Messiah, Yasha, our brother, our king. Long live the king.
Long live the king.
Yasha. All hail Ahayah.
All hail Ahayah.
All hail Ahayah.
All hail Ahayah.